Hello, everybody. Again, I forgot the sound. I always do that. Um, Good morning and good evening. We're back to regular stream time today. Yeah, no, sorry, Zach, I messed up. I forgot to unmute myself. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, awesome. What's up, everybody? Yeah, look, I went and I bought an air conditioner because it was 107 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. It's gonna take like another 2 weeks for my air conditioner to get fixed. And thankfully, at least this week, now the weather's like dropping down to like a normal 70s range, starting like later in the day. But it was so humid when I woke up this morning. My entire house felt like I was in the middle of Florida. Like I was transported there. It took forever. But I am happy now. I'm not dying of heat. Let me know if you guys can hear the air conditioner, if there's like a buzzing in the background. Because otherwise I'll turn it off, but for now I think we're good. Tyler, so Russian simp, you are Lenin. Pripyat is a city next to Chernobyl. Yeah, I was gonna say Pripyat is a city. Pripyat is hello, isn't it? I'm not watching the H3 content, Nuke Tyler. I don't care about streamer drama. We both know that Hassan is correct and that Ethan has been uh whinging for like a year now. Like, there's nothing to look at, you know? From what I saw, the entire video is Hassan is a socialist? Like, come on. Got other content. Now, one of the things I really like to do is I like to make fun of stupid people. And this is really fucking stupid. Well-preserved mammoth skeleton unearthed at North America's prominent archaeological site. I'll give you a hint, guys. This is not real. Because mammoths don't have a tusk bone. That's not a thing. The tusk is bendy, right? You don't have a bone in it. And no, of course it wouldn't be standing up either. This is ridiculous in so many ways. Like, the only way it could be standing up if it was maybe frozen in a glacier, but obviously it wouldn't look like that. I don't know if this is AI or whatever the hell it is, but there's people who believe that it's real, and it's very funny to me. Dr. Diana King, kill me. I would too if I was a paleo-oceanographer. Yeah, I would want to die too looking at this. Jesus Christ. I mean, when you look at something like this, Leftist Leo, it's really easy to relate the stupidity required to believe something like this to the general stupidity of the country. Now, it gets worse. We've had a lot of stupid shit happen today. This is actually not the next one I was going to open. It was going to be this one. But while we're on it, Google Calendar has removed some cultural holidays from the calendar. These were done not via like an executive or no one told Google to do this. They just decided to do it. And the holidays that they removed are Pride Month, Black History Month, Holocaust Remembrance Day, Jewish Heritage, Hispanic Heritage, and Indigenous Peoples Month. Now, I feel like maybe there's something here with the amount of Nazism that we're seeing and the removal of Holocaust Remembrance Day from the Google Calendar. Like, I'm not sure how many people this even impacts. Like, I don't use Google Calendar. I use Outlook anyway, and honestly, I don't look at the calendar to know what when will we get a Gamers Month? They'll just turn Black History Month into Gamers Month the next time we have a Gamergate discourse. Did you see the Google Maps put Gulf of America in brackets? Yeah, I did. It's stupid and it's kind of embarrassing. I would like it to say Gulf of America powered by AI or some stupid shit. I've seen a lot of funny memes about it. Hold on, there was a really good one that Cosmopolitics put out. Jeez, I've been tweeting a lot today. Oh, actually, this is another thing. This is very funny. Come on. I can't move tabs. Hold on, I have to unplug my microphone and plug it back in. It might mess everything up. Okay, now you can hear me. There we go. I fixed it. When, for some reason, like the tabs lock in place and I have to unplug my microphone and plug it back in for some fucking reason. I have no idea why. Wick, every month is Gamer Month. Gamers are the most oppressed species. Yeah, I'm sure, of course. But Donald Trump's face color today registers as the hex code, number A98158, which is named Dusty Amber. And I like it. It's very funny. 10 out of 10. Now, where is the goddamn Gulf? There we go. Presenting the Gulf of America by Totino's Pizza Rolls, powered by the Home Depot. Wait, I walking around house and back. What tabs? These tabs. They get locked in place every now and again, and I have to unplug my actual microphone, like my USB mic, and plug it back in, or I can't get rid of the lock, and I have no idea why that happens. It makes no sense, but it does happen every now and again. But yeah, this is what Google should be showing. Totino's Pizza Rolls presents the Gulf of America powered by Home Depot. Banger tweet from Christina. 10 out of 10. So here's a little bit more of an explanation on what Google did.
Google said it's
Whoa. Whoa. Hold on. We don't have the settings on the right sound. How is that normal, Zach? No way. Is it still? Why is that muted? Sorry, like every time I get a system update, everything fucking breaks.
And hiring.
How about now?
Social change leader and strategist Rashad Robinson is joining me now for more on that.
Should I fix it?
Rashad, thanks for coming on. What was your initial reaction when you heard Google is going to stop marking these cultural observances on their calendar?
Tyler, it's because Elon cut funding to the CIA. So I'm working with what I got here.
Well, it wasn't that much of a surprise given what we saw around the rollback of their DEI policies that I was very much part of the effort to fight for and put in place. But all along the way, it was a fight. And we recognized that there were forces inside of Google that didn't actually want to do it, that didn't always support it. I mean, I think the bigger challenge here is that the promise of the internet was—
I will turn that down. Sorry, I had to open up another thing to do it with. There we go.
Was always that it would bring us together, that it could connect people from different parts of the world.
That should do it.
And in some ways, that connection is part of the idea of remembering the Holocaust, of celebrating Black history, of all of these holidays and all of these remembrances that bring us together, bring us close.
Okay, I understand that the point of the holidays is like good and all that. Getting rid of these does nothing. Removing the holidays from Google's calendar does literally nothing except for make people of marginalized groups feel bad. That's it. That's all it does. Because nobody's looking at the calendar on Google and saying, oh, it's Black History Month. I have to, like, people already know it's Black History Month when it's February. People know that it's Pride Month because people talk about them and engage with those holidays. The fact that they're just removed from the app is Google saying, fuck you. Tyler, wait, if your AI got a question, is Taiwan a country? Yes, it is.
Closer together.
So, like, this is silly, really. I mean, it's horrible, but realistically, it doesn't do much. Now, before we get into the serious stuff, I just have some, like, easier, funnier topics to talk about. This video got me cackling and then also really concerned because, like, I mean, let's take a look.
I keep wanting to look at your tattoo just above your torso crack. Is that okay? I just want to examine.
Yeah.
There's some nice tits.
You can't say that about your daughter.
Mine are nice too. They're still in their 20s.
Fact.
Great. She got them from me, man.
Yep.
Also, first off, based mother.
My puss is still in her.
No! Don't! No! See, you don't have a ring, so what are you over here talking about relationships for?
My husband got killed by a cable truck.
I mean, cable was on the way out anyway. It's all streaming. Did you get the tattoos before or after he died? I'm so sorry.
I got them while he was dying.
Which one's for him?
SpongeBob.
Yeah.
I'd like to fill your holes like suds. That's a old episode reference.
Yeah. I'll fill your holes.
Please don't.
You don't like fingers in the butt? Get your prostate and boom.
Your prostate's right there.
Hits the ceiling.
This
man.
is excellent.
where
I
What
know.
hits the ceiling?
Your She is the sweetest.
There's a reason I'm showing you this.
Yeah, once for aggravated nudity. If she gave me the thumbs up, then we're gonna
Wait, well, what is aggravated nudity?
it, baby.
I wasn't
Are you
feeling
good?
it.
You
I
went-
wasn't feeling it.
You weren't feeling it? Baby, I'm gonna teach him how to fucking please a woman,
Someone
and then I'm
needs
gonna
to
walk
teach
the
him
fuck away.
something, please.
Okay. My point being here, this guy needs to man up. He's a pussy. First of all, like, they're sitting here. The point is to talk about relationships, right? He's looking at the tattoo on her chest.
Torso crack?
First of all, don't use the word torso crack. Just say, can I look closer at the tattoo on your chest? It's not weird. When you say something like torso crack, then it becomes weird. But worse than that,
Is that okay? I just want to examine.
like, he's being nice here.
Yeah.
There's some nice tits.
You can't say that about your daughter.
This reaction,
Mine are nice too. They're still in their 20s.
Fact.
Great. She got them from me, man.
Yep.
you can see here his brain is like broken. He's thinking, this reaction doesn't make sense to me. And it comes from an inability for a lot of men to conceptualize women having an open sexuality and open, like a high libido, like being interested in sex and talking about it openly. It feels weird and shameful to him, as you can see from, like, you can't talk about your daughter like that. There's nothing wrong with what she said. That's her adult daughter, and she's saying, oh, she got nice tits, she got them from me. That's a normal thing to say. But his reaction shows that he's deeply uncomfortable with it. And that's a big reason why there's a lot of dudes that can't get with women, because they're uncomfortable by the, like, open sexuality of that woman, of her being open to talk about it, of her being unashamed. It makes him feel weird, because that's how we as a society talk about these things. Would it be different if the roles were reversed, though? Well, we have different, what's the word? Expectations and standards that we set based on gender roles of how to talk. So the reason it's weird to him is because women are expected to not say these things. Now, in the reverse, it would be weird because men often are, like, a girl talking to a guy like that doesn't check, like, it doesn't click with me. It doesn't make sense. I can't see why. Like, oh, can I see the tattoo that's, I don't know, above your abs or something? Like, can I take a closer look at it? She wouldn't make it weird. I can't think of how that would, end up that way. You need to have conversations like normal people. And one of the reasons all of us struggle to do that is because of the conceived biases that we associate with specific groups. Women are supposed to be proper and giggly and complimentary, not sexual, not funny, not relaxed. Especially not in public. In private, that's not usually a problem. But there's this expectation of not just giggly complimentary, not just non-sexual, but being demure, being looking proper. You gotta, boob is a naughty word, Jesus mad, go repent. Basically, that's the idea that they try and instill, but that's not what actually does this. What does this is shame.
Your daughter.
Mine are nice too. They're still in their 20s.
Fact.
Great. She got them from me, man.
Yep.
So this is shame of like, wait, this doesn't like, it's not clicking. The shame isn't something he's consciously feeling, but his feelings are based off of that.
My puss is still in her.
No!
And that's where we get to disgust, because the like the logical continuation of these feelings of the shame that leads to like, hey, don't talk about that, when she mentions her puss and he shouts, no, don't, that is disgust. Now, is it a conscious decision to have that disgust? No, but it comes from the same building blocks that lead someone to behave like this. And thinking and behaving like this reduce your chances of having a meaningful social interaction that lasts, that it can be replicated. Pure is the word that I was looking for. Thank you, Leftist Leo. Cope from the mother? I mean, I don't really think that that's cope. I think that's more of a brag.
See, you don't have a ring, so what are you over here talking about relationships for?
My husband got killed by a cable truck.
I mean, cable is on the way out anyway. It's all.
By the way, that answer is insane. And then they get money and treat women like property. Well, I mean, Zach, the whole thing kind of is built on women or property. This entire mindset comes from women or property. But what it is really is just weak dudes. Now, we're going to talk about the Gaza stuff. We're going to talk about the Ukraine stuff. But real quick, let's talk about the Greenland stuff. Have you guys heard of the Red, White, and Blue Land Act of 2025? The amount of cringe in this title is insane to me. But the Red, White, and Blue Land Act. Now, what's it actually say? What's the bill? To authorize the president to enter into negotiations to acquire Greenland and rename Greenland as Red, White, and Blue Land. It's not just the act. We want to rename Greenland into Red, White, and Blue Land. Might as well just call it Disneyland and get it over with. But in the House of Representatives, Mr. Carter of Georgia introduced the following bill, was referred to the Committee of Foreign Affairs. We really need to like start keeping track of who does what and make a list of sources, like gather intel on who in the administration is making decisions, who's making moves, because this stuff changes over time. And we should start compiling a list. I mean, who knows? Maybe in a couple years, the empire falls and all of them can be tried in The Hague, and then all of the evidence that we've gathered can be used in court against them. That would be awesome. Now, that's copium, but like, doesn't mean you shouldn't try. So a bill to authorize the president to enter into negotiations to acquire Greenland and rename it as Red, White, and Blue Land, be enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives. The act may be cited as the Red, White, and Blue Land Act of 2025. The purchase and other acquisition of Greenland. The president is authorized to enter into negotiations. It's pretty stupid. But the Danish themselves gave us a little counteroffer. Effective immediately. Thanks to recent geographical updates, we are excited to announce the landmass previously known as Florida will now be referred to as Moon Pie Town. But Florida is a state, you say? No, Florida was a state. Now it's Moon Pie Town. I like it. I'm a fan. I've seen something like this from, where is it? Pritzker. This was excellent.
I'm here today to make an important announcement. The world's finest geographers, experts who study the Earth's natural environment, have concluded a decades-long council and determined that a Great Lake deserves to be named after a great state. So today, I'm issuing a proclamation declaring that hereinafter, Lake Michigan shall be known as Lake Illinois. The proclamation has been forwarded to Google to ensure the world's maps reflect this momentous change. In addition, the recent announcement
Lake
that
Illinois,
to protect the homeland, the United States will be purchasing Greenland. Illinois will now be annexing Green Bay to protect itself against enemies, foreign and domestic. I've also instructed my team to work diligently to prepare for an important announcement next week regarding the Mississippi River. God bless America.
We're annexing Green Bay. I love it. Tyler, I'd be on board if you want to rename it Iceland. I mean, seems like they messed that one up. I mean, they did that on purpose. They named Iceland Iceland and Greenland Greenland because they wanted to confuse people and have them not end up where they live. But like, yes, honestly, if we renamed Greenland as Iceland, that would be okay. Zach, it's a win-win. Trump goes for 4 years and we're in a movie genre or something happens in the new timeline. I would love a new timeline. If the US owns Google, can they change the names of other countries as well? Well, they can change it on Google Maps, Tyler, but like that, like the Gulf of America shit doesn't show if you're outside of America. What am I reacting to, Cade? You gotta give me a description here, you know? Arming the left. I actually have been posting this video on my Discord. I can't watch that. It's against TOS on Twitch. I want to watch that. I want to react to that, Cade, but it's against the rules. But all of you should watch it. Definitely. Yeah, it's, you can't have firearms being used in any context on Twitch. Like, in any context. I think it's actually quite stupid. I skimmed through the rules, but I'm going to say this. It's very hard not to blow a vein out this time. It rightfully angers people. Will I do my best? Absolutely. Well, like, doing your best is all you can do, Camel. What's angering you right now? I mean, a lot's angering me. And yes, it is really fucking dumb, Cade. But at the same time, you know, you can't say, like... You can't say Zionist on the site. Which, like, I mean, I just did. But technically, you can't. Don't report me for it. Now, just clearing up some of the strays here. This is Donald Trump saying that J.D. Vance is not his successor.
Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't...
Not even has no hesitation, just no.
Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that it, you know, I think you have a lot of very capable people. So far, I think he's doing a fantastic job. It's too early. We're just starting.
Listening
By the time you get
to
the
comments.
midterms, he's going to be looking for an endorsement.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that this has been the greatest opening, almost 3 weeks.
Like, no one really cares, but it's quite funny that they're willing to throw JD under the bus that quickly. I loved Haley Joel Osment on either Daily Show or Kimmel as JD. It was great. I haven't seen it. Now, we're going to watch the King of Jordan talking to Donald Trump regarding the actual annexation of Gaza. Peter Thiel, though, IDK, if born in America. No, Peter Thiel was born in South Africa. At the same time, just speaking of Peter Thiel, these are the odds of the government collapsing on March 15th on Poly Market. Now, everyone who's watched me for a bit knows that I fucking hate the Poly Market. And I hate Peter Thiel. But they did decent, like, it was a decent prediction for the election. And we do know that on the 15th of March, we have the budget coming up that was kicked over from last year. And I mean, ideally, shutting the government down is the best course of action for the Democrats here. Ideally, we would not make a deal because they do need some Democrats to make this deal. And if we don't raise the debt ceiling, then we default on the debt. The economy crashes entirely. We all get fucked. But at the very least, then the war effort might be slowed down a bit. Well, Doge is not canceling funding for the military, Zach, unfortunately. You know, he gave himself like a $30 billion SpaceX contract recently. Joe Biden is a zoophilic along with Donald Trump. I mean, yeah. I just use zoophilic because that's not against the rules, and there's no there is no use of that word. I looked everywhere. I was the first one that made the word public, so now I get to define it, and it just means that you are unreasonably attached to liking Israel. Do you know about the Cybertrucks? Do I know that they are incredibly dangerous to drive and can explode? Yes, I do. The issue being, though, with this, it doesn't seem like the Democrats are going to do anything. Schumer signals that the Dems won't pick a shutdown fight. Now, that is really annoying because this is the only leverage that we have at all, and we're not going to use it. We're not going to use it because the Democrats, at least the establishment Democrats like Schumer, you do realize they're not actually trying to stop Donald Trump or Elon Musk. They're trying their hardest to pretend like they're trying, but there is no excuse here. If the Democrats wanted to do something, wanted to resist, this would be the way to go. This is the only path forward. And if we're not doing this, if people in the establishment Democrats, people like Chuck Schumer, leadership, Hakeem Jeffries, they have no interest in fighting with the Republicans. They have no interest in trying to be the resistance this time. And the reason for that is just because they don't care. The U.S. State Department budget has a line for armored Teslas. Love that. Armored Teslas. I mean, these don't work as is. So, like, I'm not particularly sure that they'll ever get it to work. It's silly. Like, these barely drive. Didn't Elon Musk give a Cybertruck to, like, a Russian mercenary? You have armored sedan under soft drink manufacturing, armored BMW under bottled water manufacturing, and finally armored EV, not sedan, under ice manufacturing. I mean, it looks cool, but at the same time, you do realize this is going to be a photo that is highly edited for ads' sake. They're just going to break as is. They already do. They light on fire on their own. You can, like, if you have a Cybertruck and salt water touches your engine, your Cybertruck will explode. Like, if you're driving on the beach and a big wave comes in and splashes up the bottom of your car, your engine will explode. Yeah, like, this is just a good, easy target. I assume every news source AI generated an image. Yeah, I would imagine. At this point, you can guess that any image like this will be AI generated. But yeah, these are worthless, and so are the Democrats. They're worthless. There's like 4 or 5 of them that actually give a shit. All of the rest of them are just going to pretend. And again, this is the ideal. The economy should crash, because if this does, it will hurt Americans, but it will prevent the war effort from at least igniting as quickly as it can. I mean, to be fair, at the same time, I did warn about this prior to the election, the first time we had this come up, because the overall goal here long-term is to crash the economy. They want to crash the economy so they can funnel this money into crypto. They want to devalue the US dollar on the market. We've even heard Marco Rubio talking about how the US dollar will not be the world's main currency in a couple of years. And so they're really trying to do the crypto grift. And by crashing the economy, that gives them a quite solid chance of securing the market entirely. Camel, I don't know how to answer you because you should be able to guess. Trump is absolutely ruining everything. He wants to take land. Well, I mean, I do. We're just not there yet. There's a lot of things you could be mad about. I was just wondering if there was any in specific. In this day and age of nukes, he took restrictions off AI. The billionaires are absolutely jumping the gun to secure this. There is no opposition to such a solid force. They're going at education. They're going at literally everything. We have a lot to go through. I just started stream. But, like, you're right about everything, Camel. You're not wrong. Crash economy, buy stocks, 4 pennies, and then inflate again. Big brain? Yeah, basically. Except, like, the stocks are secondary here. The main goal would be crypto. And if you're wondering, I mean, what opposition we even remotely have a look. Yeah, you're gonna like it here, Camel. Feel free to join the Discord, y'all. I thought chatter meant a vein of another kind since first-time chatter. Who knows sometimes.
Any reaction to the dropping of the charges against Eric Adams?
No reaction at this point in time. The people of New York City will make a determination as to who is best.
Eric Adams took money from the Turkish government for 10 years. His entire staff was arrested. And the only reason that he has had his charges dropped is because of pressure that was put on the Attorney General by the DOJ. The DOJ ordered Manhattan U.S. Attorney to drop the prosecution. So Donald Trump just got rid of it. And you know what? It does make sense because, I mean,
President Trump is pausing a federal law that makes it a crime for U.S. citizens and businesses to pay foreign officials in order to secure a deal.
What they're not saying is it also works the other way around. This is legalizing foreign bribery. So I wonder if maybe the ordering of the attorney, like the New York attorney to drop these charges had something to do with legalizing foreign bribery.
Monday, Trump ordered newly confirmed Attorney General Pam Bondi to stand down on any actions that the Justice Department is taking under the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. The order also bars the DOJ from starting any new investigations. The president says the law sounds good on paper, but it puts companies at a disadvantage on the global scale. I want to bring in CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd.
We're not going to listen.
Sam,
We're not going to listen to you. We've got too much to go through, but like I wanted to get that out of the way. It's not what they're saying. Obviously, this is just corruption. And yes, Hakeem Jeffries is incredibly weak and pathetic. You know who else is? Jared Connolly. This is the guy who's supposed to be our main warrior to fight against all the illegal, corrupt actions that are being done right now and the dismantling of the government. This fucking guy.
Hey, dude, if you're going to do hits on national television, how about put it back up? How about not doing it like if somebody showed up to do an interview with us and they're looking down in their laptop like this. Okay, yeah, put it on the screen. Like they're looking down in their laptop like this. They got no microphone. Invest in a $25 microphone.
I love
You're
you,
talking
Sam.
to the American public. You don't know how to do this.
Emma in the corner
You don't know
just
how to play this game. You are not equipped for this. You may be a very great congressman. You may be very nice. You may have great voting record. You are not equipped to do this. Your staff is not equipped to do this.
Camel, it's also important to remember that it doesn't mean that the highly rich are absolutely intelligent. They say we must prevent history from repeating. I don't think we're totally responsible. If someone said a president was going to invade Canada, they obviously be against it. Well, okay, first off, the rich are fucking stupid. Almost, like, very few of them are actually intelligent. Because a lot of them were also born into wealth. And being born into wealth gives you certain aspects of life that make it difficult for you to learn general like human behaviors, right? Elon Musk is genuinely stupid. He is absolutely dumb. To the point where it's more terrifying to me that he has control of the government because he might accidentally break it than on purpose break it. 2-minute meme derail for Camel? Sure.
What civilization is 6 billion people trying to make themselves happy.
Oh, yeah.
Standing on each other's shoulders and kicking each other's teeth in.
Don't worry, we'll get to
It's
Elon.
not a pleasant situation. And yet, you can stand back and look at this planet and see that we have the money, the power, the medical understanding, the scientific know-how, the love, and the community to produce the kind of human paradise. But we are led by the least among us. The least intelligent, the least noble, the least visionary. We are led by the least among us, and we do not fight back against the dehumanizing values that are handed down as control icons.
This is all true.
I mean, I don't really want to get off on this tear because it's a lecture in itself, but culture is not your friend. Culture is for other people's convenience and the convenience of various institutions, churches, companies, tax collection schemes, what have you. It is not your friend. It insults you. It disempowers you.
Damn, this is 11 years old.
And abuses you. None of us are well treated by culture, and yet we glorify, the creative potential of the individual, the rights of the individual. We understand the felt presence of experiences.
By the way, thanks, Zach. I like the procrastinating about talking about Gaza.
Most important, but the culture is a perversion. It fetishizes objects, creates consumer mania. It preaches endless forms of false.
By the way, this is why I get mad at this argument of we need to protect our culture. Our cultures are shit right now.
Endless forms of false understanding in the form of swirly religions and silly cults. It invites people to diminish themselves and dehumanize themselves by behaving like machines.
Thanks, Camel. I mean, like, that's what I try and go for. And yes, like, culture is just a social construct. All of this, like, all of these ideas that were mentioned in this video are all things that are built. They're taught to you. It doesn't need protecting. In fact, protecting a culture from change is just the death of the culture. Culture requires change to continue to exist. All right, one more thing before we get to Gaza. This was insane. This was genuinely crazy. This is a 76-year-old Democratic congressman, John Larson, having a stroke for 1.5 minutes in Congress. First off, nobody goes to help him. And second of all, like, can we please have some tests for cognitive ability for people that need to be in government? I think maybe, like, it's sad. This isn't even funny, but we need cognitive tests for people in government.
Don't worry, no one on the Republican side in the House and Senate who control both the House and Senate is going to speak up and challenge us.
Nobody coming to help him is insane. For a whole minute, he's like this. Kinda,
We
New
need
Harmony.
to
Or May.
protect Americans' privacy and their social.
Like, I'm not saying anything mean about him. In fact, he was probably having a good speech here. He was trying to protect Social Security. It's just, like, come on, man. You're 76 years old. If you're at risk of a stroke, you would probably have had a doctor at least have a conversation with you, and like, maybe you should step down. You know?
Security.
When was this? This was just 2 days ago.
For 40% of all Americans,
I think the quality's just down.
Social Security is the basis for their
Yeah, this is 720p for somehow.
and their retirement savings. And
I mean, yes, that makes sense, Shuva Poop, for a sudden reaction from his meds and all this. But, like, at the same time, like, yeah, you need to have cognitive tests for Congress. Mitch McConnell keeps falling down and shit, like...
28 million Americans, Social Security is the only thing that they have. And that's why we have to...
I was real annoyed at the Democrats for keeping Biden in until he decided to step down. Man, an ego like no other. You have no idea, Camel. What you have just done right now is reminded me of how much I hate Joe fucking Biden. Because that man, he fucked us. So, well over a year ago, Joe Biden had internal polling numbers from the Democrats that showed that if he ran for president, that Donald Trump would win a 400 electoral point victory. This was before he announced he was going to run again. And then he decided he was going to run again. And then when he dropped out, we were supposed to have an open primary. And that would have helped immensely. Could you imagine how much more people would be excited to have actually gone out and vote if we had a primary? And even Nancy Pelosi thought we were going to have a primary. The reason we didn't is because Joe Biden immediately endorsed Kamala Harris, who probably still would have won that primary, but made it so that there was no chance of a primary, made it very, like, it looked to the voters like there was no choice and that, you know, you were just stuck with whatever you got, that they were not doing this in a democratic way. And he's the reason why we're here. Now, Biden as a president, domestically, was great. His overseas policy was horrible. Zach, please never link me. ChatGPT again. I'm offended. But, like, obviously, Joe Biden was horrible for the world in his policies around Gaza and support of Israel. But, like, domestically, he did some real good shit. He was a great president for domestic, like, labor unions, for student, like, yes, we're going to get there as well. Don't worry. I don't know. It's just, I hate him. He made that choice. He knew. AOC wasn't going to win, obviously, but, like, maybe next time. But at the same time, she's too young, and this country obviously does not like women or people of color. So it's not that it's scary AI, it's just devil tech. She got slagged on in the exact same way as Hillary. Speaking of Hillary, you guys want to see something, like, funny, but in the way that this is insane and is going to give me an aneurysm funny?
Merrick become, particularly under Biden and Merrick Garland when he was Attorney General, and all the political things they did to President Trump and to all kinds of people across the country. So it started with Cash. That is exactly the kind of guy we need running the FBI.
Well, I know that, and I spoke with him back then, and Devin Nunes, and
Sure did.
you know, I mean, from everything you just described, it sounds to me like Hillary Clinton colluded with the Russians to stop her opponent. I mean,
Yes, Hillary Clinton colluded with the Russians to stop her opponent, which she failed to do.
actually sounds to me like she charged Trump with exactly what she was actually doing. Kash Patel served as chief of staff.
Yes, of course, yes. The projection is real. Someone would have to send me documents. I'm not the fast guy. Don't let me keep... Well, actually, if you want some documents, here's my living source document. I need to update it some more, but at the very least... Yeah, how'd you find the stream, by the way? I would really appreciate the knowledge of that. Every accusation is a confession. I say this all the time, Nui. All the fucking time. It is. It's incredibly funny.
In the Department of Defense, he was deputy assistant to President Trump. He was the chief of staff at the DOD after being deputy director of national...
Like, if Hillary Clinton colluded with the Russians, then why was Hillary Clinton not the president? You should never trust Fox, Camel. Ever. The only reason we watch Fox here is because I know that they lie, and I like to point out the very clear lies that they make. So, like, there is no... you should never trust them. Ever. Roland Stott, you appeared on my front page, so I'm guessing you were promoted somehow? Oh, well, that's based. Thank you. Preferably in 15 years, AOC would be running president of the USSA, not the USA. I mean, to be fair, we are the USA now. Well, I mean, we've already been doing the mass deportations, Tyler. There's a reason that you're not seeing deportations in mass in like the hundreds and the thousands every day. And it's because even like under Obama and Biden, we were deporting as many people as we possibly can without touching our like agriculture industry or stuff like that. But we've been deporting folk. And so there's not that many left to deport, you know? I look at Fox from time to time to see what the conservatives are thinking. Yeah, that's basically why we go on Fox. And as Maddie said, they're not news. Like, they got sued and had to say, we're not news, we're entertainment. All right. Speaking of the authoritarianism tag, let's talk about Gaza and the Jordanian kings meeting with Donald Trump. This was insane. So Dems support deportations as long as they do it. Basically, yeah. Now, see, I don't support deportations at all, but establishment Democrats, they work for the same people that the establishment Republicans used to. The only difference is the Republicans took a bunch of, like, meth and then sped up really, really fast, and Democrats stayed where they were. But it was always pro-corporation. Now, there's, like, if you go watch the last stream I did, we talked about the business plot of 1933 quite a bit. This is, like, the business plot on steroids.
That have been made.
And we'll talk about Elon and all of that when we get to the presser we have there. Let's just get through Gaza first.
President Trump and the King of Jordan, King Abdullah. Let's listen in.
Leader and does a fantastic job in his country.
Simply, Steve, we will have elections in 28. They just won't be free or fair.
His son, we're lucky enough to have his handsome son with us today, so it's good to see
It'll
you
be like
again.
a Russian election. Or Assad. That'll be an Assad election.
Some quick discussions just now, and we're going to have some longer discussions after this. And the relationship with Jordan has been very strong, has been with me. And
They do, Camel. If we got rid of all of the immigrants, the economy would collapse because there's about 11 million undocumented immigrants in the country. The vast majority of them work in the agriculture sector. They grow quite a lot of our food, but they also pay taxes, and they don't receive any benefits from them. They have to pay sales tax. They commit less crimes overall, and they contribute a massive amount to the economy. I'm gonna be honest, Jordan is a strange name for a country to have. I know a lot of, we might not be united anymore. Oh, sorry, it skipped. I know a lot of people named Jordan. Well, Jordan is the English name for the country. In Turkish, it's different. Jordan, country in Turkish. What was it again? Heard my dad. Ürdün ülkesi. So, like, they have different names, but Jordan doesn't mean, like, the name Jordan, you know?
really has been with the country. But I think I've been closer than other presidents to Jordan and what Jordan represents. And it's an honor to have you and your son with us today. And if you'd like to say a few words, then thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for
The Jordanian
having us
king has
so
some
short
interesting
after your
ticks.
inauguration. I think just as a
Like if you look at his
testament to what you
eyes,
said.
Urdun and Jordan do not sound the same. If you look at his face, though, he has some like interesting ticks, and they seem to get worse when Trump says something stupid.
It is a special relationship between our two countries and the personal relationship of friendship and trust between the two of us. Mr. President, I truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace.
How did they get him to
and
cuck so
prosperity
much?
To all of us in the region, and it is.
The King of Jordan is maybe the most politically savvy political leader in the region. Yeah, I know, which is why I'm shocked that he's sitting here being cucked. But at the same time, like the promise that he makes is only to take in like 2,000 people.
I think our collective responsibility in the Middle East to continue to work with you, to support you, to achieve those lofty goals. So I'm very delighted to be here, and as you said, sir, we've got some very interesting discussions ahead of us.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, many people in the region, especially Jordan, are worried about the annexation of the West Bank. Will you give His Majesty the King guarantee that you won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank? And how are you going to
I think that's going to work out very well. That's not really what we're talking about today. I think that's something that's going to work out automatically.
Now, pay attention to that again.
Not really what we're
Israel to annex the Bank. Will you give His Majesty the King guarantee that you won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank? And how are you going to
I think that's going to work out very well.
This means that Israel is annexing the West Bank, which we already knew, but like now this is a confirmation.
Not really what we're talking about today. I think that's something that's going to work out automatically, and it's in good shape.
He said they would only take in kids with cancer and like in need of medical attention.
And we discussed it, and other people have discussed it with us and with me. That's going to work out. West Bank is going to work out very well.
Mr. President, why should the king take in the Palestinian people? He's made clear he doesn't want to.
Well, I don't know, but he may have just something to say because we discussed just briefly. I think maybe you want to say it now, or?
Well, Mr. President, I think we have to keep in mind that there is a plan from Egypt and the Arab countries. We're being invited by Mohammed bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is...
The oranging. He might be. If you didn't see earlier, the hex code that clocks with his color is called, was it Dusty something? I can't remember.
Countries. We're being invited by Mohammed bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is how do we make this work in a way that is good for everybody? Right. Obviously, we have to look at the best interests of the United States, and the people in the region, especially to my people of Jordan. And we're going to have some interesting discussions today. I think one of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in a very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on how we can work with the president to work on the Gaza challenges.
So
I want to tell you, excuse me, wait, just please. I didn't know that, what you just said, 2,000 children with cancer.
He's mad. He's like, I didn't know. I thought we were going to kill all of them. What, you're going to save some of these? He's disgusted. No, I'm kidding. I'm not,
other
though.
Problems, and that's really a beautiful gesture. That's really good. And
no, you know what? No, he does hate it. He hates it a lot. That's what that means.
And we'll be working on the rest with Egypt. I think you're going to see some great progress. I think with Jordan, you're going to see some great progress. Holmes. Three of us, and we'll have some others helping, and we're going to have some others at a very high level helping, and the whole thing will come. It's not a complex thing to do. And
yes, of course, it's not a complex thing to annex an entire region, remove 1.7 million people from it, ethnically cleanse it, then clean up the rubble from all of the destroyed buildings, and then build real estate on it. Yes, sure, not complicated at all. Instead of letting U.S. forces force the issue, he got huge PR boost by taking in sick kids. The thing is, like, why is Jordan playing along here? Because the threat that was made to them was withholding of aid, and Jordan doesn't take all that much aid. Like, I can see it working on Egypt, but I did not think Jordan would fold this easy.
The United States being in control of that piece of land, a fairly large piece of land, you can have stability in the Middle East for the first time. And the Palestinians are the people that live now in Gaza will be living beautifully in another location. They're going to be living safely. They're not going to be killed, murdered, and having to leave every 10 years, because I've been watching this for
Who's killing them and murdering them and making them leave every 10 years? Just real quick.
so many years. It's nothing but trouble. Everyone's being killed. They're being
I wonder
robbed.
why.
It's like living in hell, and they're going to end up having
I wonder who's making it hell.
A great home, great families that don't.
Well, exactly. Jordan doesn't want Palestinians in Jordan. First off, like the amount of people would crash their economy. But second, yes, they like it. This is confusing to me.
Have to get mugged and killed and beaten up and harassed by Hamas and everybody else. And I know we'll be able to work something.
Everybody else, as in Israel.
What you just said about the 2000 is fantastic. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. But we're going to be able to work something, and I know we'll be able to work something also.
Now, remember, right? They're all going to leave. They're going to go live somewhere else. It's going to be nice that they won't be getting killed. But in response, this is the plan to what's going to happen after.
Build beautiful communities for the 1.9 million people.
Okay, so it's 1.9 now instead of 1.7.
We'll build beautiful communities, safe communities. Could be 5, 6, could be 2, but we'll build safe communities a little bit away from where they are, where all of this danger is. In the meantime, I would own this. Think of it as a real.
Notice the choice of words here. I would own this, not we would own this, not like it's I would own this. It's I would own this.
Estate development for the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land.
Would the Palestinians have the right?
The real estate development for the future,
For the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land.
Would the Palestinians have the right to return?
Spent. No, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better.
And they're not allowed to come back. So it's official now.
Better housing, much better. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them. Because if they have to return now, it'll be years before you could ever. It's not habitable. It will be years before it could happen.
Kissinger should be in hell, but I would very much love to bring him back for a day with like a necromancy spell, so he has to do what I tell him to do. That'd be great.
But I'm talking about.
Nobody wants
build,
this,
I think I could
except
make
for
a deal with Jordan.
you know
I think I could make
the
a deal with
Nazis.
Egypt. You know, we give them billions and billions.
Well, not actually true. Quite a lot of Americans do want this Shufa Poofer. I forget sometimes. There's a 32% of America that believes that Jesus is going to return. And to make that happen, like, Israel needs to fight a giant war with all of the Arabs, with the devil's forces, and force them out of Jerusalem. And then Jesus will come down and rapture all of the good Christians to heaven. Like, they believe this. The evangelicals think this is going to happen. This is a large reason why we support this in the first place. Now, one thing I really do want to add in there, though, the number that Donald Trump just used here is 1.9 million. Now, as far as I know, the official death count for Gaza is 65,000. And prior to October 7th, there was 2.2 million Palestinians. So if there's only 65,000 in the death count, there was 2.2 million before, Donald Trump is using the number 1.9 million left. That's a big gap in how many people are killed. But beyond that, there's also, the last time he talked about this, he used the number 1.7 million when he was standing next to Netanyahu. So there's at least 200,000 to 400,000 dead civilians through this genocide that we're just going to pretend didn't happen. He was probably expecting to shunt them into Jordan and Egypt. Well, yes, he was expecting them to just do it. But here's the thing, right? The Nazis also tried to deport people before resorting to killing them. And it turned out to be difficult and expensive, which is why they had they're speed running their way to the final solution right now. That's where this has headed.
With I believe.
And honestly, MAGA hats are a swastika now.
Not 100%, but 99%. We're going to work out something with Egypt.
But Mr. President, during your election campaign, Mr. President, how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has made clear taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So what money are you going to use to buy Gaza?
We're not buying it.
Anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it.
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it.
And we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. and we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site. And we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things.
I love how the reporter sounds furious. Like, what money are you going to buy Gaza with? And he's, yeah, well, I would be furious too. And then the answer is, oh no, we're not going to buy it. We're just going to take it. And nobody's going to question it.
And we'll make that site into what it should be. And the people from Gaza who wouldn't be able to be there for years, because you're talking about just to get it and prepare it and to take care of all of the problems that currently it has, as you know, tunnels, and people are in those tunnels.
Ah, yes, the Hamas tunnels with the red barrel room. We have to disable the barrels before they explode. It's like a Donkey Kong game.
Of some good people and some bad people, and you may have hostages right now. You know, you have the hostages possibly there. They don't know where they are. And, you know, I have a Saturday deadline. And
every time he talks, it just kills brain cells.
I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are. But it's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. I think it'll turn the Middle East.
Look, I'm going to say something that a lot of people might not like, but if I was Hamas, there's no fucking way I would be releasing those hostages right now. If, like, what has been said here is, you're going to give up entirely and lay down your arms, and then we're going to take your land and kick you out of it. Why the fuck would you lay down? Like, I would just die then. Like, these are people who are already willing to die. Your stream raised my blood pressure from time to time. I need to start taking propanol before I tune in. Oops, sorry.
I think you're going to have peace in the Middle East.
No, I would not release them.
In the Middle East.
Why would you?
Couldn't this deadline risk undermining the talks that you're having with the king today, and risk the kind of wider peace that you're trying to?
Because we're not talking about a big situation. We're talking about something that can go very quickly.
We're not talking about a big situation, you know, just annexing land from, you know, a country that's been, like, suffering through a genocide and, like, nothing big.
It's going to go quickly. It's not going to take a long time, okay? That's not going to take a long time. You know bullies? You know what a bully is, right? You know the bully, I've always, and I found it throughout my life, a bully is the weakest person. And they're bullies. Hamas is bullies.
Are you kidding me? From him?
Bullies, you know that, right? All right, go ahead.
The weakest bully in America saying that bullies are weak. Like, this is, a comedian couldn't have made that up.
You were saying that Palestinians will live somewhere else safe. Where exactly do you want them to live?
Well, it's not where I want them to live. It's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan. I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Egypt. We may have...
This plan is so bad that North Korea denounced it. North Korea said this is a bad thing to do. How is the correct side being taken by North Korea? Like, this is crazy. Kim is the good guy here, the glorious emperor coming to save the Palestinians. The OG God King, yeah. He's like, no, what the fuck? This is bad. You can't do that.
Someplace else, but I think when we finish our talks, we'll have a place where they're going to live very happily and very safely. And, you know, don't forget, they...
Yeah, in a labor camp.
Only want to be on the Gaza Strip because they don't know anything else. They've never had an alternative. And they don't want to be on the Gaza Strip.
This is not true. All of them, very broadly and almost with no exception, do not want to leave.
But they have no choice. They have to be. And they're being killed there at levels that nobody's ever seen.
CPR
no
Gaza.
place in the world is like as dangerous as the Gaza Strip. They don't want to be there. They have no alternative. When they have no alternative...
Yeah, like, North Korea's like, why don't you just put them in labor camps in Gaza? What the fuck? What's wrong with you?
Not one person will want to stay where they are. Nobody wants to stay there. They're living in hell.
I wonder who's making it hell.
Mr. President, how do you know that the Palestinians don't want to leave their land? Some people say this is ethnic cleansing. You won't be able to force them to leave their land. They stay
We're moving
there.
them to a beautiful...
Well, of course that was on the list, Maddie, but like that's never going to happen. He has ideas, he has concepts of a plan that will never come to fruition because it's extremely expensive to do, and they're not going to want to spend the money on it. I have a theory that every president we've ever had would dislike him intensely. Well, I mean, almost all of them entirely, yes.
Location where they have new homes, where they can live safely, where they'll have doctors and medical and all of those things. And
like,
I think it's gonna be
think
great.
about that
Yeah,
for
any
a second.
questions?
King Abdullah,
Think about that for a second. We're not only trying to shunt them to different countries, but we're also going to build nice communities for them. Do you not, like, that's an insane amount of money that would cost. Like, you were right. He did get manipulated by the king. The king's not actually there being a cuck. He's there pretending to be a cuck, and it is a good political strategy. Him saying he's going to move them somewhere beautiful is equivalent to a parent saying, we're taking him to a nice farm when a pet needs to be put down. Like, literally exactly that, leftist Leo. It's real simple, folks. At this point, if we don't stand up and start fighting back, then we deserve the hell that's coming. True. Trump just doesn't talk to the CIA to coup properly. I know, like, if he talked to me, I could tell him how to do a coup, but, like, none of these people know how to do a fucking coup. We covered a failed coup last time.
what do you think about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip? Do you want to see the U.S. own the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, the president is looking at Egypt coming to present their plan. As I said, we will be in Saudi Arabia to discuss how we can work with the president and with the United States.
Very politician
So
answer.
I think let's wait until the Egyptians can come and present to the president and not get ahead of ourselves.
And is there a parcel of land in Jordan that you're willing to have Palestinians?
Well, I think what we said, I have to look at the best interests of my country. I think the president is very happy that we do this thing with 2,000 children as quickly as possible. And again, I believe that the president is looking forward to getting a group of us Arabs here to discuss the overall plan.
And last question, the 2,000 children, are those from the Gaza Strip?
Absolutely, from the Gaza
Are
Strip.
you willing to change your mind, Mr.
That's from the
President?
Gaza Strip, the 2,000.
Are you willing to change your mind if you hear the Egyptian and the Arab plan?
He has a tick, Tyler. He has a nervous tick. There's a lot of media talking about it. He just kind of does that. Some people have that tick rather. People blink when they lie. People blink when they live, Tyler. He's I mean, to be fair, he is playing politics here. He's not telling the exact truth. That's not why he's blinking. This is like a thing. It's like Joe Biden's stutter. It makes him look bad, but it's just a thing that he has. It's a condition.
Something different. Are you open to
I think
another plan?
we sort of have gone down the line. We know
Although
pretty
it does
much
seem to get worse when they're talking about something that's insane.
what is going to be presented. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be magnificent for the Palestinians. They're going to be in love with it. I did very well with real estate. I can tell you about real estate. They're going to be in love with it.
But Mr. President, does it concern you that moving 2 million people from there?
It's a very small number of people relative to other things that have taken place over the decades and centuries. It's a very small number of people. And
yes, he did recount that because he really wants to drive that in home. And like, yes, this is fucking insane.
they're living a terrible life. Look at the way they're living now. Nobody's living like that in the entire world.
Motherfucker, they're in an open-air concentration camp, have been for like more than a decade, and they just got genocided. What the fuck do you expect? But of course, we're never going to talk about how badly Israel is harming these people, how they're genociding them, the ethnic cleansing that is going on, because it's also going on in the West Bank. And at the very beginning of the video, he refused to answer the question of, will you stop Israel from annexing the West Bank? Because the answer is no, of course not.
They're living under buildings that are mostly fallen down and will continue to fall down. And they're living under. People are being killed every day. The conditions are horrible. There are no conditions anywhere in the world that are worse than the Gaza Strip right now.
Meanwhile, like, sign up like $15 trillion to Israel immediately after this.
You said all hell will break out if all the hostages are not released on Saturday. What did you mean by that? And are you encouraging Netanyahu to walk away from this deal? Have you talked about this with him?
They already
looked
have.
At the condition of people coming out of the hostage situation, and it's horrible. I looked at the before and after yesterday. 3 young men. One is dead now, as you know, the older gentleman who died, which everybody said he was alive and well. He's dead. But the 3 young men, and I looked at them.
It's a crass
from
way
a
of
short
talking.
while ago, and I looked at them now. They're emaciated. They look like Holocaust survivors.
I wonder why.
They looked.
Maybe they're in a place where there is a Holocaust happening.
I mean, they'll get better, but they They're in rough shape. They were treated really badly.
Of course, only about the hostages will you ever hear that.
Heard things from them since. And I think the reason that Hamas is playing so cute is because they saw the reaction to these 3 people that came out, and the other was, look, the one young lady had her hand blown off practically, and they were not in great shape either. But she's missing her fingers and a big part of her hand. You know what she did? She was stopping a bullet that was aimed at her.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't try and constantly correct him, because literally every word that he says is either inaccurate, misconstrued, or just a flat out lie.
She went like that, and it blew off her hand. No, I think I think they want time, because I think the people that they have living are in such bad shape, because they're sending the most healthy people out, because they don't want to send the least healthy people out. And there was an uproar when they saw the people from yesterday. So these people are, so I don't want to do.
Have we entered a weave?
And then we do another 2 in another week, and then we do 4 in 3 weeks. No. They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock, or all bets are off.
Mr. President.
Again, if I was Hamas, which I'm not, and by the way, again, I don't like Hamas. I'm not pro-Hamas, but if I was them, there's not a fucking chance I would be releasing the hostages. If your threats are you're going to take over the land and make everyone leave, and also kill a lot of people, but you also want me to release my hostages, why would I do this? What does this benefit me? If you're going to do all the same stuff anyway. And plus, the rambling is just the weave. His brain is soup, Camel. If I was living in Gaza, I would hate Israelis or Jews. It's still bad to hate them, but it's explainable. Well, like the entirety of this genocide has been, like, the media has been conflating Judaism with Zionism the entire time. And many Jews are very mad about that, because the 2 things are not connected. You don't have to love Israel to be a Jewish person. You can do that, other than, doing that. And this idea of all Jews love Israel, all Jews are pro-Israel, all Jews agree with Israel, is one of the largest factors in the massive increase in anti-Semitism in the last year. And like the hypnotic shit that they do on the right, it's very overt once you start to be able to see it and you know where they're coming from. Evangelicals are more Jewish than the Jews. Well, no, they're not Jewish. They just want, like, Jesus to come down. The evangelicals are pro-Israel because they think that Israel is going to fight a war to bring Jesus down and start the rapture. Which, funny enough, in their theory, if this happened and all the good Christians get like raptured up to heaven, the Jews that were fighting the devil's forces that like started all of this go to hell forever and burn. Like they don't also get to go to heaven.
Would you still consider withholding aid to those countries if they don't accept your plans to accept?
Well, I don't want to say that because we've had such a good relationship and we're doing so well just in the short time that we've been talking. I mean, the king just made a statement. Islam and Judaism don't necessarily hate each other. There's not like fundamental reasons why. It's usually countries that are having like disputes that last long and are just generational that leads to that. And also just the vast amount of anti-Semitism that's existed even like pre-World War II and post-World War II has been incredibly prominent in the Middle East because Israel also does a bunch of shit in the Middle East. You know, they have the Mossad, they're like just in the last year, we saw them bombing foreign countries that they weren't at war with. They have spies everywhere. They interfere with politics. So there's a lot of suspicion around Israelis in Muslim countries, which leads to anti-Semitism because of the constant conflation of anti-Semitism, of Zionism and Judaism. One of these days, we need to watch some Trump preacher. I'll grab a few good ones. I mean, sure, one day. Maybe not today, but I laughed when he said we're doing it well. Very absurd. I mean, everything he says is absurd. After the rapture, wouldn't we be able to stay on Earth and actually get shit done? I mean, technically, yes, Comrade Lenin. I didn't ask him to do that. I mean, it's not real. It's not going to happen. Literally saving 2,000 young children from the Gaza Strip. That's so sweet when we're going to ethnically cleanse 1.7 million of them. We didn't know about that. You didn't know about that. Nobody did, except for the king and his son. I assume you told your son, right? And I just thought it was great. No, I think we'll do something. I don't have to threaten with money. We do.
Yeah, no, Tyler, it's territorial, it's political. The only real like religious issues that they have are religious sites that are in parts of Israel and Palestine that don't have full availability of access, and both groups find these as holy sites. So that's one of like the main religious contentions between Jews and Muslims, but there is nothing like fundamental in either Judaism or Islam that says you don't like the other. And you are killing significantly more by cutting USAID, but of course, like that's not even the point of USAID.
A lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I don't think. I think we're above that.
I love how he makes a threat while the guy is sitting next to him.
Would you consider other countries, not Jordan and Egypt? There was talks about Indonesia, Albania.
Can you link it, Tyler?
Other places.
Yeah, sure. And we have other countries that want to get involved. We have a lot of people that want to get involved. There's a great sense of wanting to help the Palestinians. There's a lot of good countries out there, people that rule those countries.
I wonder why we're not. Remember, he was asked if he would be willing to relocate some of the Palestinians to the United States, and his answer was, no, it's too far. But you know who we are admitting to the United States? Refugees that aren't refugees and don't want to come to the United States from South Africa. The white South Africans are being allowed refugee status because they're discriminated against for being white, even though they own the vast majority of the property, the money, and control a lot of the government. They are now being mistreated and are allowed to be refugees. But that is not too far. Whereas Gaza is, it's insane. The thing Tyler's gonna make Australia get bombed. Jesus Christ, is it that bad? We'll watch it after this one.
Big hearts, and this gentleman is at the top of the list.
And if they don't want to leave,
now I need to see it,
Mr. President.
Oh, they're going to be great. They're going to be very happy.
Can you, Your Majesty, should we expect that the Jordanian response would be?
Yes, I know. Last night, and their case has been great. It's not just the UN; it's the ICC, the ICJ. South Africa's great. The thing that I'm laughing about is Elon Musk getting Donald Trump to allow South African refugees to the United States, but only the white South African ones. Joe Blow, hear me out real quick. Isn't it true that Judaism is tied to the land, most specifically Jerusalem, because you don't have to have a temple in Jerusalem to practice true, according to, I don't know, and I don't care, honestly. Your religion is not tied to land. I mean, look, Muslims have the Mecca, right? And people go walk around the big Minecraft cube every year. Sure, that's fine. Like I said, the issue being between Muslims and and Jewish people, it is access to these holy sites, and that's it. That's the only real like religious issue between the two groups. If you talk about the tariffs, I have a great clip on Ronald Reagan. I covered the tariffs last stream, but you can still link it.
Of a coordinated Arab response?
The response will be from a multitude of countries, Arab, international. I know the Europeans want to step in. And again, we'll probably have to look to the help of the United States to make sure that COGAT, which is the clearing agency on the Israeli side, makes this as efficient as possible. Because 2,000 kids, the best way to get to them is by helicopters and get them straight to our institutions. I also believe that quite a few countries would also probably like to take some of those kids and have them treated in their hospitals.
True, Lennon.
So we also launch this ASAP.
Yes, and that's right. This should have been done by the Biden administration, but, you know, they didn't do anything. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So this should have been done by the Biden administration. This should have never happened.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty funny, but like at the same time, inflation is up today, and Donald Trump made a tweet saying Biden's economy.
Because October 7th would have never happened if I were president. Zero chance of happening. You wouldn't have had that whole mess where the Middle East got brought up.
You, Zach.
And you wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting. That would have never happened. And by the way, we're making good progress there, I think.
I'm not even going to correct this shit because, like, he's just straight up lying.
Mr. President, you said before that the U.S. would buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy. We're going to have Gaza.
No, of course not, Maddie.
There's nothing to buy. We will have Gaza.
What is that?
There's nothing to buy.
There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it.
What do you mean? There's nothing to buy. It's a shithole. That's what he's saying here.
We're going to cherish it. We're going to
hold it and cherish it. What now? Is the shithole turned into a baby, or we're gonna make sure that it's safe and happy, and we're gonna rock it in our hands?
It going eventually where a lot of jobs are going to be created for the people in the Middle East. It's going to be for the people in the Middle East, but I think it can be a diamond. It
Israel.
can be an absolute tremendous asset for the Middle East. And you're going to have peace. It's going to bring peace in the Middle East. Gaza, the way it is right now, every 10 years you're going to have
this is Hitler invading Poland vibes, but Canada's going to be worse. He's going to build a second Mar-a-Lago. We're going to get Mar-a-Lago 2, because I know for a fact that that's what he'll name it. It'll be Mar-a-Lago 2, and that's going to be in Gaza.
Same thing happening. I've watched it so long, all the death and destruction of Gaza.
Again, who's doing it?
Been wiped out in Gaza. No, it's going to be a...
Civilization's been wiped out. That sounds like a pretty clear indication. This isn't going to be an open land. He's going to take it personally for himself. Literally, I mean, he said, I would own this. Those are the words that he used. I would own this.
Tremendous thing. It's fronting on the sea. It's going to be a great economic development job. It's going to
Yes,
put
I
people
know.
to work, a lot of people to work.
Every accusation is a confession from them, but every confession or explanation of what they intend to do, you should take seriously. And a MAGA tower, it's going to be so beautiful. Sure. This is this is evil, right? This is genuinely evil. Like, even the Jordanian king is probably cringing on the inside next to him.
And those people are all going to be from the Middle East.
And just to follow up with one on that for King Abdullah, can you clarify
the 1W.
How do you feel about the U.S. taking Gaza, as the president said?
Well, again, this is something that we, as Arabs, will be coming to the United States with something that we're going to talk about later to discuss all these options.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S. authority.
As in, because I said so.
President, would you seek to personally develop property in Gaza after this happens?
No, I've had a great career in real estate.
Mr. President,
No, he didn't. He was terrible at real estate, but again.
You know, when you've done what I've done in the last number of years, including the 4 years that we should have been doing something else, frankly, because people see that now for sure. But when you've done what I've done, you can just do more good for people when you're president. When you're president, we can do things. This is all things that should have been done.
We're in a weave again. Camel, I'm glad you didn't vote for him in 2016, and I'm hoping you didn't vote for him this time around either.
Actually, things that shouldn't have had to be done. Gaza, absolutely, it would have been so great if the Biden administration would have started this. But actually, in all fairness to them, it was. They should have never let it happen. It did happen. And because of the fact that they let this happen, this catastrophe of October 7th, something like this becomes practical and very real. Meaning
Again, just a reminder to every one of you that Israel had 3 days of notice about October 7th from Egypt.
Development and all of the things that I've talked about with respect to the Gaza Strip.
Hey, no, Lenin, fuck the Gestapo. I'm not Roman saluting them either. They'll just take me to the camps. Honestly, at this point, please fucking just take me to the camps, because I can't deal with how cringe this fascism is.
If you didn't have the October 7th catastrophe, and it was a horrible catastrophe, then probably you wouldn't be talking about that. But the only thing I can say is this is going to bring stability and peace to the Middle East.
You sure?
And ultimately, when it's developed, which will be in quite a while from now, because we want to let things calm down.
Maddie, you should check out Australia, because people come here to study all the time. We have easy student visas, so that's an option. Fucking, I'd pop a cyanide capsule before I go to the camps. I mean, that's an option. Now, real quick before we move on, this is Mehdi Hassan talking to the South African ambassador about Gaza, and they say some stuff here that's really blunt. America doesn't have law anymore, Zach. Anyway.
You mentioned the usual suspects standing up for Palestine. I mean, South Africa, in that sense, under the ANC since the Mandela and now Ramaphosa and before that period, has talked very passionately about the rights of the South Africans. You've had people like the late Desmond Tutu talk about apartheid in occupied territories. Is the position of the South African government not just that there's genocide going on in Gaza, but that the occupation is a form of apartheid?
It is objectively a form of apartheid.
The growing consensus in South Africa is whatever we've experienced in South Africa is on steroids in Palestine.
In terms of
we
apartheid
have
and
never
violence.
had bombs dropped on us by the white supremacist apartheid government. We have never had soldiers deployed with automatic weapons to mow us down.
I thought Trump was going to be Stalin, but no, you're right. It is just Pol Pot. Release the prisoners and start again.
We have never had situation where no food was allowed into our townships. We've never had the bombing of hospitals and schools and universities.
Lennon, you have no idea, because I covered this. The CIA and the FBI, as they were being purged, put out warnings saying this could lead to 9/11 style terrorist attacks because we're getting rid of everybody who prevents that. Tulsi Gabbard is now in charge of national intelligence. The people that Russian state media calls Putin's girlfriend, like, we're cooked. We had another plane crash today. This one was a military jet that crashed in San Diego. We had another plane crash yesterday. Like, the country is falling apart, and they're doing it on purpose.
Students were, and so the point of the matter is, that the template of apartheid has been completely magnified. That's the consensus that is growing. That is the kind of DNA that we
do not,
recognize
don't even fucking joke about that. We need zero from the left, like zero at all.
South Africans, when Nelson Mandela said what he did, what he said, what Desmond Tutu said, and what drove President Ramaphosa to say, let us, because we have suffered enormously, but they are suffering more. Let us intervene in this.
If you guys want to learn about Pol Pot, we can do that sometime. Now, real quick, the obviousness of how horrible this is, obviously, like, you know, the ambassador from South Africa is talking about how this is South African apartheid, but on steroids. So it's obviously pretty bad. But this is the stuff that Trump is actually doing, actually worried about. And terrified here in Canada, considering how much people hate Trudeau. I feel like Canada is heading the same direction. I feel like Canada's had a bit of a shift since we started bullying you. Trudeau seems to be a little bit more popular. Canada's prepared for war. There was a hot mic of Trudeau that actually came out today that he was talking about how he knows that Trump is serious about using military force to make Canada the 51st state. So you better learn how to use a weapon, mate.
We're going back to plastic straws.
And this is what we're worrying about.
These things don't work. I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode. If something's hot, they don't last very long, like a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. It's a ridiculous situation. And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean.
This is so stupid.
We're going back to plastic.
So, do we do Russia or do we do Elon? Let's do Russia. Yeah, Trump saved Trudeau's career and European left-wing liberalism. It seems like AfD might actually lose in Germany because of Elon. We're doing Elon first? All right. Okay, let me get the actual full presser up.
At a high level.
Shut up. Now, before we actually watch the presser, some funny shit happened. Now, Elon brought his kid, Little X, to this conference, and Little X had some words to say. Some excellent, very funny words to say. So let's listen real quick.
You know, I wasn't even going to post on this, and then I saw some clips that changed my mind, and I'll show you those in a moment. But first, Elon Musk yesterday, along with his son Little X, held a press conference in the Oval Office to discuss what Doge is doing. all while Donald Trump watched on silently from his cuck chair. And in the aftermath, one of Elon's fanboys shared this tweet that Elon reposted. It says, "History repeats itself," and it shows two images. The first image is a pretty iconic image of JFK Jr. playing underneath his dad's desk while he worked in the Oval Office. And the second is little X seemingly bored out of his mind, crawling around on the floor while Donald Trump pontificates about what he liked watching from said cuck chair. But I can point out at least one glaring difference between these two situations. JFK Jr., as I recall, never had criticisms of his father while the press was there. Little X, on the other hand, has a lot to say, and there was a hot mic that caught some of it.
What's up, Samurai Destroyer?
Is this little gem.
To restore democracy. This may seem
It's
like
very hard to hear what he said. One more time.
Democracy.
First is this little gem.
To restore democracy. This may seem like bull.
You heard that too, right? You're not the president. You need to go away. I'll play the clip a second time. Just you watch and tell me if that's what he said.
To restore democracy.
That is what he said.
That's what he said, but I'll go one better, because he also said this.
The prices from one year to the next are the same, and their mortgage.
Now that's where I was getting to, Maddie. The kid is saying these things because someone has said them around him. Kids hear and they repeat what they hear. Exactly. The fact that little X is telling Donald Trump, "You're not the president, you need to leave, and I want you to shut your fucking mouth up." First of all, like, someone either said this to him or he heard someone say it, or in general. Now, this is why generally politicians don't bring their kids around the press, because kids say this shit. Pre-breakfast banana, if we really are the United States of America, then we will arrest Musk, equal justice under the law. Unfortunately, we're not anymore, and there is no justice under the law. Take a look at this picture and tell me who the president is. Take a look at this picture and tell me who is the president. Because what I see is Donald Trump sitting in a cuck chair looking uncomfortable while Elon is giving a press conference in the fucking Oval Office. Like, he shouldn't even be allowed in the Oval Office. It's actually insane. Can we give this kid a normal name? Let's call him Jimmy. Unfortunately, no, he's little X. Like, but again, like, he is in charge in every possible way. And we're going to see it. We're about to watch the full presser. Donald Trump kind of just sits there silently. And the jacket doesn't fit him. It must be a loner. I mean, also, like, these people don't know how to dress. Rich people don't know how to dress themselves anymore. This kid is a better politician because he snuck that insult jab into Trump while Trump was more uncomfortable. The kid has also openly, like, where is it? Let me find a video for it. Like, this kid has said some wild shit. They'll never know. So give me the video. And Trumper, they'll never know. Give me the video. Why is everything on YouTube just... Here we go.
I think it made a big difference that President Trump and soon-to-be Vice President Vance went on lengthy podcasts. Yeah. This really makes a difference because, you know, people look at like Joe Rogan's podcast. To a reasonable-minded, smart person who's not like hardcore one way or the other, they just listen to someone talk.
I mean,
for
that
a few
kid's not
hours,
going to be
and
good.
That's
is
how
this
they
on
decide
Ruben?
whether
Jesus
you're,
Christ.
You know, a good person, whether they like
Yes.
you, and you know, especially like Rogan's podcast.
Are they going to cut the bit with the kid? Yes, it's obviously not in here. Fuck you, Joe Rogan. Not Joe Rogan. Well, I mean, fuck you, Joe Rogan, too, but fuck you, Dave Rubin. Oh, come on. I want the video. There we go.
I guess so. All right, we'll get Mini-Me here.
It certainly is.
Mini-Me, you complete me.
What's your name? What's your name?
Actually, we're not going to show you. It does
This is more Elon using his kid as a meat shield. Yeah, this is child abuse. Because A, the kid draws attention away from him. B, if there's a risk of, like, his safety, he has a child on him and, like, he carries him on his shoulders, it's much more likely for someone to do something violent. And C, he can use the kid being there as a way of shielding himself from criticism. Well, what's going on? Well, we just covered the fact that we're going to take Gaza by force and Donald Trump is going to own it. And now we're talking about Elon Musk having a press conference in the Oval Office as a unelected, like, illegal immigrant.
This,
We're on TV.
This kid says some wild shit here.
This is wild.
Should we help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have.
Thank you, Zach.
From the mouth of babes.
It looks like, it looks
I
funny
started
to rig.
this.
Thank you. That's much better. Also, definitely follow some more news. Excellent account.
The game, possibly in more ways than one.
And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
I know. This is cut into
What
it.
an odd way to say that. To thank Elon Musk because he knew about the vote counting computers. He didn't have anything to do with the computers. But okay, it's Trump.
Trust me.
Dude says a lot of stuff. Stuff just pours out of his wobbly little mouth. It's hard to know what's true. Do we have anyone who could clarify this?
Okay, I guess so. All right, we got mini me here.
Yeah,
We're in
You got the vibe.
SpaceX and quietly just do whatever we want.
I am not a Nazbol, Lennon. The fuck?
what's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Not for now. No. Really.
I think it's done.
He said they'll never know.
Yeah.
But not for now.
Huh. I'm not fluent in child. I'm taking night classes, but did Elon's son just say at SpaceX?
That's Elon's kid, yeah. That they do whatever they want, and that Trump will win the election, and that no one will ever know. That is what the kid said. Out of the mouth of babes.
If you say, what is the goal of Doge, and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you it's all right.
Trump hates kids.
Gravitas can be difficult sometimes.
Same.
So,
Clement Deeb.
If there's not a good feedback loop,
You're welcome here, Samurai. I'm not going to bully you, but just expect that I'm not exactly... I don't sugarcoat my beliefs and thoughts and ideology when it comes to talking about the right.
from the people
Just don't be a Nazi, yeah.
to the government. And if you have rule of the...
Excuse me, one more time here?
If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have?
Motherfucker, you are the bureaucrat right now.
If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy.
Okay, first of all, not true. Second of all, he's making that true.
So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public...
He's making that feedback loop.
Representatives, the President, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large, unelected...
Now, remember that just in the last week, both members of the House and the Senate were blocked from entering government buildings by private mercenaries like Blackwater contracted by Doge. Now, the unelected bureaucrat is preventing members of the House and the Senate from entering government buildings. Is this not what he is describing? And don't worry, we'll get to the judicial branch stuff too.
Bureaucracy. This is not to say that there aren't some good... There are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at this, if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative. And this is
Like, this is, he's saying the things that he's doing.
It's not, it does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to
King Do, unfortunately, you're very incorrect. Now, it's not like some of that didn't happen. Obviously, some of that did, but all of that is happening, like, at warp speed right now.
And then we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit. And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But and if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not.
Now, I just real quick, I want to interrupt here to tell you guys that Elon changed his name on Twitter to Harry Balls. So, like, this is the guy who's ripping apart the government right now, piece by piece. Harry Balls.
For us to reduce the federal expenses, it's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
Literally, that is exactly what they're doing. The debt is going up. There is no way that they can afford to, raise without raising the debt ceiling, the government shuts down. They are not cutting enough money to be able to pay for everything. Remember, they want $3 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthy. They want to make the government smaller. They're already attacking education. Medicare's under attack. Social Security's under attack. But they don't have enough money. I did see Sam Altman fire shots at Elon, but Sam Altman also rapes his sister ever since she was a kid. By the way, this is what I thought of the salute from Elon. This is stuff that Elon is posting, by the way. He's overtly a Nazi. Why did anyone protect the little girls? Well, honey, we didn't want to be labeled as a racist far right. What a faggot. Bam. Next one. Elon reposting from the same account as posting Nazi shit. Elon posting from the same account, posting Nazi shit. Elon reposting from the same account, posting Nazi shit. He banned the account that posted this too, because Evan clipped it, and the account got banned immediately after. He's just Stormfront, yeah.
And also,
the GOP is against raising the debt ceiling, but they will default on the debt unless they do.
Could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about 30 million,
right,
etc.?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that there are quite a few.
I love how Donald Trump, the president, is setting up Elon for like his talking points. Like, Elon is the one that's the media, he's the face, he is the president, and Donald Trump is his fucking chief of staff at this point. Yeah, you said before, rich people go unchallenged with their views where they could do whatever they want. I had a theory about that. It all just makes sense. How old is he? How old is Elon Musk? I don't know, but let's find out.
In the bureaucracy who have
He's
ostensibly a
53.
salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth while they are.
The person he's talking about had a salary of about like what was it, like 175 or 215, three-figure salary. Works in the government, like that was the normal job. The accumulation of wealth he's referring to is accumulation over 5 to 7 years of working, getting paid $200,000-ish a year.
In that position,
which they also invest.
USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from.
Again, like the attack on USAID is literally just a gift to Russia and China.
In which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But
they're going to blame the left for everything, ADHD debater.
They get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the tax.
These people are so fucking stupid. That's the thing. He's just that dumb.
And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, say, we just if you look at say Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place. That are in place in any company.
We exist. It's just we have no organization as the left. I posted this on Twitter earlier. Pull it up for you.
Such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code that there is a comment field that describes the payment, and that if a payment is on the do not pay list, that you don't actually pay it. None of those things are true currently.
That's a lie. That's objectively a lie. The vast majority of leftists are not organized, even higher for liberals. For 95% of the people on here, political action just means tweet every day and vote every 2 years. It's no wonder that people focus on epic posts, but ignore winning policy and winning power. You need to organize. We need consolidation of the left. We have self-identified socialists, 5% of Americans. Hassan followers on Twitch are our second largest group. Like, Hassan's Twitch followers are the second largest group of the left. That's it. Like, we need to organize. We don't have a left. And, like, they're already blaming the left. I'm seeing news articles of leftists teaching illegal immigrants how to evade ICE and shit. Like,
so the reason that
the purges are coming. Wait until Kash Patel gets confirmed, and then the purges are coming.
Audits is because the payments don't have a categorization code. It's like just a massive number of blank checks just flying out the building. So you can't reconcile blank checks. You've got comment fields that are also blank, so you don't know why the payment was made. And then we've got this truly absurd, a do not pay list, which can take up to a year for an organization to get on a do not pay list.
Jesus Christ, Matty Holmes.
We're talking about terrorist organizations, we're talking about...
You guys, enter your local organizations. If they don't exist, build one. Call your friends and say, hey, we're starting a political organization that's going to work with either the DSA or the Dems or whatever the fuck it is. I'm curious about what the point of Trump appointing Elon to the... Well, the thing is, Trump didn't have a choice. Elon bought him the election. This is... I covered this in my last stream. When we talked about the business plot of 1933, where there was an attempted coup on the United States by the wealthy in 1933. This was pretty much an exact replication of that, but further to the extreme. This is also directly part of Project 2025. It just didn't call for Elon to do it. Like, it was just supposed to be Trump, but they needed Elon to win, and so they got Elon in, and now he's the one doing it. Trump has no power anymore. Like, let me ask you this. In Russia, if an oligarch does something that Putin does not like, what happens to that oligarch? Now, if Elon Musk did something that Donald Trump didn't like, what would happen to Elon Musk?
Known fraudsters, known aspects of waste, known things that do not match any congressional appropriation can take up to a year to get on
This is all
list.
just Elon
And
bitching
even
about
what's
civil
on the
rights and
list,
due process.
The list is not used. It's mind-blowing. So what we're talking about here, we're really just talking about adding common sense controls that should be present, that haven't been present.
He's trying to say that he's restoring democracy, where he's just objectively killing democracy.
Present. So you say, like, well, how could such a thing arise? That seems crazy. When you understand that really everything is geared towards complaint minimization. So then you understand the motivations.
Doge is not just that. Doge has the same foundational structure as the Gestapo. That was they modeled it after the Gestapo.
Receive money, they don't complain, obviously.
Now we're not there yet, but
if people don't receive money, they do complain, and the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest. So then when you understand that, then it makes sense. Oh, that's why everything just. They approve all the payments at Treasury. Because if you approve all the payments...
consider him... Yeah, he's the richest man in the world, and he's standing in the Oval Office. Well, would you not consider him an oligarch?
You don't get complaints.
Yes, Ilvaria.
Now we're saying,
true.
no, actually, we are going to complain. If money is spent badly, if your taxpayer dollars...
See, but the thing is, cheese carbs, he's lying to you. That's not what they're doing. First of all, zero-based budgeting is something that's great, but we can't do it unless we audit the Department of Defense and the Pentagon, which we're not doing. And more oversight, he's reducing all of the oversight. All the oversight's gone.
Are not spent in a sensible...
This is speedrunning the fall of the U.S., yeah.
Manner.
Transparency. He said that you can go on Doge's website and look at the changes. Go on Doge's website right now. Go look what that looks like.
But now we're saying that, no, actually, we are going to complain. If money is spent badly...
I've been blocked from Doge.
Dollars are not spent in a sensible and frugal manner, then that's not okay. Your tax dollars need to be spent wisely. on things that matter to the people.
Except that's not
I
what
mean,
he's doing.
These things, like, it's just common sense. It's not draconian or radical. I think it's really just saying, let's look at each of these expenditures.
This is like Argentina-style anarcho-capitalism.
It's actually in the best interest of the people, and if it is, it's approved. If it's not, we should think about it. So, you know, and there's crazy things like just cursory examination of Social Security, and we've got people in there that are 150 years old. Now, do you know anyone who's 150? I don't. Okay.
See, but the thing is, SN, you're right. But they're not quitting and starting over. They're just removing all of them and then leaving it that way and seeing what needs to happen. And if there's a problem, a lot of people will suffer and then they'll slowly fix it. Common sense doesn't exist there. And by the way, they're about to ignore the courts. This is in Project 2025. The next conservative president must possess the courage to relentlessly put the interest of the everyday American over the desires of the ruling elite. Their outrage cannot be prevented. It must simply be ignored, and it can be. The left derives its power from the institutions they control, but those institutions are only powerful to the extent that the constitutional officer surrenders their own legitimate, quote-unquote, authority to them. A president who reduces to do so uses his or her office to reimpose constitutional authority over federal policymaking and begin to correct decades of corruption and remove thousands of bureaucrats. This is Project 2025. They are going to ignore the courts. And the fact that, like, Trump is sitting there quietly and Elon is talking, and this is the Oval Office. Like, understand the precedent here. There has never been a unelected person giving a fucking press conference in the Oval Office before.
They should be on the Guinness Book of World Records.
It is low IQ people they know that arguing about things they don't know about. You're right, Aquata.
Missing out. So, you know, that's a case where, like, I think they're probably dead. It's my guess. Or they should be very famous, one of the two. And then there's a whole bunch of Social Security payments where there's no identifying information. Well, like, why is there no identifying information?
Why are you looking at people's Social Security information as an unelected illegal immigrant in this country, Elon Musk? Why are you looking at people's Social Security information when a court told you to delete all of those records, destroy the hard drives and the private servers you installed in the Treasury, and not do that? But no, you're going to continue to do that. Well, yes, I do, Samurai. And again, like, take a look at this picture and tell me that he's not. Take a look at this image and tell me that he isn't the president and that Elon, and that Trump is his lapdog. This is insane. This is genuinely unprecedented. I mean, honestly, he does to me. Yeah, he does, because he is in charge.
Obviously, we want to make sure that people who deserve
because there's no law anymore, man.
Do receive it, and that they receive it
only for you.
Accurately. I'll tell you another.
Thank you, Zach. This is what the Doge website looks like, by the way. That's it. That's it. There's no buttons. There's nothing to click. There's nothing you can do. This is your transparency that you can go look shit up on. Here's the thing: right-wing people should be pissed about this. Yeah, they should be. They really should be. The thing is, right? Every right-wing talking point is framed through liberty and freedom. They've co-opted libertarianism from the left, and all of the right's messaging is inundated with libertarianism. This goes against everything the right stands for as well.
Another crazy thing. So, you know, one of the things is, like, we are trying to sort of right-size the federal bureaucracy, just make sure that this.
He's supposed to be, or he said he was, but he's not, obviously. Donald Trump made, like, more than $50 billion since he's been president. You realize that, right? He's made more than $50 billion. Samurai, do you know how many days is 1 billion seconds? Because 1 million seconds is 11.5 days. How long is 1 billion seconds?
With the federal government, but not as many as currently. So we're saying, well, okay, well, let's, if people can retire, you know, with full benefits and everything, that would be good. They can retire, get their retirement payments, everything.
Except they're not going to, because they have to cut Social Security. The math doesn't add up unless they cut Social Security.
Anecdote, because we're told
I am going to show the goat.
The number of people that could retire possibly in a month is 10,000. We're like, well, why is that? Well, because all the retirement paperwork is manual on paper. It's manually calculated, then written down on a piece of paper.
There's a reason that we do this. All of the retirement paperwork is on paper because, like, imagine you have a floppy disk. What are you going to do with it? Your computer doesn't support it anymore. We have it on paper in a bunker in a very cold place outside of just gone, so that these papers stay A, consistent, B, safe, and C, available. Shardspork, sure, I'll have a look. Sure, but there's also always been a large administrative state, not saying Doge is good at all, but in my understanding, both the pre and post Doge, there's a lot of high-level decisions made by people that haven't been elected. Okay, the administrative state exists, and it's a good thing. The unelected people who make those decisions are not politicians. They're not. They're academics. They're people that have been like in a field for 20 years. For example, like the EPA might appoint like an unelected official to make decisions, but they don't really make decisions. What happens is like Congress passes a law, and then that law is then given to these unelected officials, the bureaucrats, who then look into it and say, well, okay, this little bit here doesn't actually work. It doesn't make sense with how, because like these experts know more about whatever it is than Congress does. And so they can say, okay, you need to do this instead. And yes, Chevron, they couldn't do that anymore anyway before the presidency because they repealed the Chevron doctrine. And the Chevron doctrine is what allowed them to make changes to these bills before they're put in place. While now, even if they don't lose their job, they don't have anything they can do. They're just an advisor that gets ignored. Do we need to watch the cartoon about a bill on Capitol Hill? There's no part that says a random person can veto an unelected official's voted on. It's not vetoing, it's changing. It's like the bill says that you can't use these chemicals at these dosages. X chemical at Y dosage, and it's for agriculture. So it gets sent to the USDA and it gets sent to the EPA and probably also the FDA. And they have a look at these, and the experts there say, okay, well, like this dosage makes sense, but it would react poorly with these crops over here. So like you should reduce the dosage a bit, or you should increase the dosage a bit, or whatever it is. Like that's the point of the administrative state. And like, yes, Congress does insider trading, and that should be illegal. We all agree on that one. Does TikTok have access to home Wi-Fi? Yes, it does. And like the Dems suck, but so do the Republicans, you know? Would I consider myself a populist samurai destroyer? I guess. I'm a libertarian socialist, as in like my beliefs are based on cooperative community engagement.
Paper. Then it goes down a mine. And like, what do you mean a mine? Like, yeah, there's a limestone mine where we store all the retirement paperwork. And you look at a picture of this mine. We'll post some pictures afterwards. And this mine looks like something out of the 50s because it was started in 1955. So it looks like it's like a time warp. And then the speed, then the limiting factor is the speed at which the mine...
Okay, you know what? Sorry, he's dumber than Donald Trump to listen to. So let's just get some clips. Actually, not that one. Not that one. Give me this one. This one's fun.
That an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact-check this, apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So
Eat Esteban. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You think... hold on. Eat Esteban. You think that USAID exists so we can give people food and medicine in other countries? You think that's why that program is real? Do you think that's what we were doing with it? You fucking moron. The point of USAID was American soft power. It was the counter to China's Belts and Roads initiative. It was us spreading American influence on the cheap in other parts of the world, combating Chinese and Russian consolidation of like rare earth elements. Literal retards. I'm triggered, huh? You're literally a retard. Like your brain is dumber than that of little x.
So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why...
Listen to what he says here.
Yeah. And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all,
Yeah, enjoy cholera and measles, eat Esteban.
things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean,
Did you notice what he just said?
And should be.
Can trust what you say.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect. That's kind of wild to hear. Some of the things I say will be incorrect. These people are so stupid. Like, genuinely, the fact that anyone believes these human beings in the things that they say. Here's another one.
Mr. Musk.
I have to what?
Detractors, Mr. Musk.
I have to what?
Including a lot of Democrats.
I have detractors?
You do, sir.
I don't believe it.
Say that you're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted. We have a majority of the public voting.
You notice that that's him not saying no, right?
You couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public voted.
Not for you.
We have a majority of the public voting for President Trump. We won the House. We won the Senate. The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that. That was on the campaign. The president spoke about that at every rally. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what the people are going to get.
Nobody voted for this. Nobody voted for this. Ned M, you're out. Goodbye. You don't talk to my mods like that. Jeez, the trolls are like all over the place today. Some of the things I say will be incorrect. I would guess the point of this statement, though poorly stated, is that incorrect statements, according to him, are more a function of him not knowing or being wrong rather than him deliberately trying to misinform. It's both. It's literally both. Here is us talking about a prisoner swap that we did with Russia. We're about to get more into Russia in a second. Morning, Genghis Khan. Is that Miller with the sour puss? He looks butthurt because he's not in the spotlight? Absolutely.
Mark Vogel will be at the White House tonight at about 10 o'clock. If you want to come over, you can say hello to him.
Did you guys get anything in return?
Not much. No, they were very nice. We were treated very nicely by Russia.
Yeah, we didn't give much in return. We got Mark Vogel, which is he's a singer. Or like a songwriter, or like a movie shit, or something like not important to global politics. And instead, in exchange, we released a cyber criminal who has hacked the United States before and is incredibly dangerous, might I add. Real quick before we move on to Russia, I saw this today, and this shit's insane. So this is at Mar-a-Lago. This is a golden hoofed goat idol wrapped in fake $100 bills with Trump's face on them that replaced the words "In God we trust" to "In Trump we trust." This is like how are the Christians not mad about it? "In Trump we trust." It's a giant goat statue with this is almost like biblical shit. Like, you look, it even has gold genitals. This is like Antichrist shit. Now, I don't actually believe in any of that, but it's insane. It's actually kind of wild. It's pretty, but it's also really gaudy. I don't know. It's pretty fucked. Okay. Now, what is happening with Russia? Give me a second, I got a lot of links. Well, for one, we got this.
Say it, what?
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed. And
this is on Ukraine now.
I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why
I think it's pretty insane. It's funny how nobody is asking them to explain where they will be relocating all the money they have. Like all of the tax cuts just go to the wealthy. That's what they've said. Like they want $3 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthy. That was like the whole point. They're cutting your Social Security, your Medicare, your education, all of it in exchange for $3 trillion of tax cuts. Now, this is the deal that we made with Russia.
We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
This is insane.
Instead, any security guarantee...
Considering Ukraine is currently kicking Russia's ass, this is insane.
He must be backed by capable European and non-European troops.
Night, Zach. So the deal we made is Ukraine will not be able to enter NATO. The borders will remain where they are now. Putin gets to keep all of the gains that he's made. There will be no security guarantee from the US to Ukraine. It's up to Europe now. The US threatened Ukraine. Donald Trump tried to extort $500 billion worth of rare earth elements from them, when we've only even given Ukraine like about $100 billion worth of goods, but we didn't give them any money. All of that money was spent on replenishing our stores given to our defense contractors. So, you know, there's that. This is literally treason, by the way. Like, this is objectively treason. This is what Donald Trump is saying. I've had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy and AI, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects. We both reflected that the great history of our nations and the fact that we fought so successfully together in World War II, remembering that Russia lost tens of millions of people and we likewise lost so many. We talked about the struggle, just Jesus Christ, get to it. President Putin even used my very strong campaign motto of common sense. We both believe very strongly in it. We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We've also agreed to have our respective teams start negotiating immediately. I have asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio and John Ratcliffe of the CIA, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, Ambassador and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to lead negotiations, which I feel strongly will be successful. No, of course he didn't write this. Of course he didn't write this. This won't stop Russia either. No, all this will do is give Russia a couple years of like timeout for them to replenish their stores of weaponry and men, and then just restart the war. There's already like, where is it? Hold on, I put this in Discord. I wasn't gonna really go into this one today. Where are we? Here we go.
Let me get your reaction to what we're now learning.
Ow, sorry. That was really loud. NATO ally warns of Russia launching large-scale war in Europe. This was yesterday. This was the Danish security and the Danish Defense Intelligence Service. Here's something that the vast majority of people don't know. Russia has been using the closing of the Olympics, usually Winter Olympics, but sometimes summer, to invade neighboring countries for the past 25 years. I did not know that. But in a new report, the Danish Defense Intelligence Service said that while there is currently no threat of a regular military attack on the kingdom, it is likely that the military threat from Russia will be increasing over the years. Thank you to Ginger Fluff. Good to see you as well. Like, I mean, we already know this, right? But that's the whole point. That is the entire goal. They're carving the world up to split between each other. I want to see what the talking heads are saying about it, because they're not exactly good.
Let me get your
Christ, I put the volume down. You're still loud.
Reaction to what we're now learning about who may have been released on the U.S. side for Russia. Ambassador McFall.
Well, first, I just want to congratulate President Trump and his administration for getting Mark Fogel out of jail.
He is a friend of mine. He taught my son when we lived in Moscow when I was a U.S. ambassador. He's a fantastic teacher. He taught many of the kids, diplomats and military officers that
of course, they're
were
fools.
stationed in Moscow when I was there. And this is a great, great day for America. With respect to who was traded, I mean, I've just seen the same reports about this crypto criminal. Frankly, I don't really care. I'm elated that Mark Fogel is out of jail. And I'm a little more worried about what this might mean for negotiations with Ukraine, because what I'm hearing about some comments that have been made today about concessions we're giving the Russians.
We've given
including
literally everything to the Russians and got nothing out of it. Oh, thank you for the sub, Ilvaria.
pressuring the Ukrainians to give territory and not allowing them to join NATO. That seems far more consequential in terms of a bad deal than whether or not we release this crypto criminal or not.
Well, we
please hop over to YouTube. I'm like 30 hours away from getting monetized on there. Look, all right, we're talking about, what was this guy's name? Jesus, I had it before. We're talking about the prisoner swap that we've done, and we swapped a literal singer, like someone of little importance, for Alexander Vinnik. Who is Alexander Vinnik? Alexander Vinnik is a Russian computer expert. He worked in crypto, and he is a criminal. He was arrested in Greece at the request of the U.S. on suspicion of laundering $4 billion. In July of 27, they extradited him from Greece. In 2018, France requested his extradition, accusing him of fraud. Russia submitted new extradition requests, reportedly based on confessions of additional hacking requests. Insane. This is the guy we let out in exchange for just like a singer.
We know that the administration, though, has been less than
Jeez, why is there so many
what kind of dealing went on behind the scenes in order to release
trolls
Fogel.
on
You
YouTube
said that
today?
everyone can celebrate he's been released. Let me play part of what President Trump said about this release as a potential step toward ending the war in Ukraine. Watch.
It could be a big, important part of getting the war over with Ukraine. And we appreciate President Putin's what he
They are
what
Russian
he did.
bots.
He was,
They're either
able-
Russian bots or they're American Nazi bots. Either way, they're all Nazis. And yeah, you know what? I'll keep them around.
to pull it off for you, right? He was able to pull it off. We think, and you're here, and you're here, so it was great. We'll tell you a little bit more about it tomorrow, but I think we've made great progress on the war also.
Again, we've given Russia everything that they want, and they have given us literally nothing in return.
Getting the war, I want to get the war ended.
His hair's turning white. The guy is like 7,000 years old. No shit. No, I don't actually know about the Majinsky Act. I have it up like on Wikipedia. Formerly known as the Russia and Moldova Jackson-Vanik Repeal and Sergei Magnitsky Rule of Law Accountability Act. Geez, that's a long name. A bipartisan bill that passed the U.S. Congress, signed into law by Obama in 2012, intended to punish Russian officials responsible for the death of Russian tax lawyer Sergei Magnitsky in Moscow prison in 2009. Also grants permanent normal trade relations status to Russia and Moldova by repealing the. Okay, cool. I don't really care. It's not like we're following the law anymore, you know. By the way, this is how thin-skinned they are. The AP was kicked out of the Oval Office because they misgendered the Gulf of America. They used the wrong pronouns. This woke shit. The AP said Gulf of Mexico, and they got kicked out of the press conference because they have to say Gulf of America. This is literally like woke shit. This is you dead named the body of water, and I'm mad about it. It's actually kind of funny. I'll read up on the Magnitsky Act. So the press is now cut. Good God. Well, I mean, the press has been getting cut pre-breakfast banana a while ago. I put this up already, but I'll bring it up again. They have officially replaced who gets to be in the Pentagon's press rooms. Where are they? Gimme. Here we go. This is from the Pentagon. NBC, New York Times, NPR, and Politico will share one spot and rotate out of the building to give space to the New York Post, Breitbart, OAN, and HuffPost. So Like, all 4 of these get to stay regularly, whereas these 4 need to rotate one at a time out. Meanwhile, by the way, there is significant enough, like there's room enough for all of them plus more in the Pentagon. It's not like there's no room. They've purged the media. New York Times, NPR, Politico, and NBC, one of them are allowed in at a time. Whereas Breitbart, the New York Post, and OAN, all 3 of them are fascists, are fully like 100% getting all of the access that they could possibly want. Woke derangement syndrome, honestly. Like, they call us Trump derangement syndrome, but I've started calling them trans derangement syndrome because they bring it up literally everywhere. Like, you're not even talking about trans people and they bring up trans people. It's kind of insane. Cool, you guys voted yes, Bernie. Well, we'll get there when we get there in a second. Let's talk about... Did you guys hear about the puppy girl hacker polycule hacking and leaking documents of the police? I never thought that was a sentence that I would say, but hackers released thousands of files from Lexipol, a Texas-based company that develops policy manuals, and training bulletins and consultant servants for first responders. The manuals are crafted by Lexipol's team of public service sector attorneys, practitioners, and subject matter experts, are customized to align with the specific needs. Like, I'm not going to read these; they're very long, but it's very funny that a group called the Puppy Girl Hacker Polycule is responsible for this. It's 10 out of 10. Let's jump to education real quick. We're gonna finish off with Bernie because he really hammers the point down. Let's look at what some red state education officials think about the coming cuts to the Department of Education.
What kind of poverty are you talking about?
And it is a Tumblr hacker name.
I would be confident in saying that when they leave on Friday, they may not eat again until Monday.
Every year of
That's
her 28
kids, by the way.
years as an
They might not
educator
eat
here,
all weekend.
Blankenship fought for every dollar for her kids. A third of all of Bell County, Kentucky school district funding in 2021.
Remember, during the election, the right made fun of Tim Walz all the time and called him a communist for making school lunches free to children.
Came from federal sources. So this district is listening as incoming President Donald Trump pledges this.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education.
That is exactly what they're like,
DC,
pre-breakfast banana.
And sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
Trump.
In the rest of that clip, he's talking about work study programs that they do in school and internships that will prepare them for jobs after school. They're going to make your kids do labor in school.
Trump won this state in Bell.
Starving kids that are doing labor on behalf of the adults. Yeah, that is literally what the founders intended.
County, 84% voted for Trump, yet it deeply relies on federal funding. A CNN analysis found the 15 states that most rely on federal funding for its public schools in 2022 all voted for. You
should go check out the YouTube video I did on Oklahoma's education system. It's called From Classrooms to Conscription, if that gives you an idea of where that's going.
Trump.
And I voted for President Trump.
I mean, you're an educator. You
Yes.
didn't vote for Trump eliminating federal funds.
No,
here.
I did not vote for
Camel,
that.
the entire point isn't to fix education. It's to cut all public funding and make it so only rich people who can afford private school go to school and make everyone else have to do work. It's a class divide. This is all about class.
I voted for President.
It's not left
Trump
versus
to
right. It's up versus
make
down.
America first again, and to improve our lives.
Do you believe?
Because having an amount of money over $1 billion makes you lose your soul. Your empathy literally seeps out of your body and dies. And you literally voted for that, you dumb bitch, is true. But like at the same time, you have to remember that these people are brainwashed from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed with consistent, like, horrible atrocities. This after that after this. Everything is horrible. Everything's coming for you. Everything wants to trans your kids. They want to kill you. They want to rape you. That's all they see.
That he would
and also they don't believe that they would actually do some of the bad shit. The Republicans that voted for Trump and are mad about it now genuinely did not believe that a lot of the bad things would be done.
And to improve our lives.
Do you believe that he would cut funding?
I do not think that's what the voters want. If we have federal cuts, then that's going to mean bigger classroom sizes.
Yeah.
I would lose teachers, first and foremost. It's devastating.
I don't think that anyone in our county wants to cut our school funding. I don't think that anyone voted for that.
Do you mind
They
if I
did
ask
not.
who you voted for?
Actually,
in
well,
the
they
election?
did.
I voted for Donald Trump.
Well, motherfucker, you voted exactly for that. He put that video out before the election. The one that we saw in the beginning? This one? Where is it?
For every
Excuse me. This video, this came out before the election. I know it's these issues because it's happening here in my state too. Yeah, it's unfortunately, it's a lack of exposure and a lack of, they're too naive when it comes to them. They have all of these conspiracy theories built on the left and how we're evil and how we're like siphoning the pituitary gland juice out of babies to inject into Joe. Like they believe all this shit about the left, but they don't also apply it to the right where you should. The left, like Democrats are not good, but Republicans are also not good. What state is this?
What kind of poverty are you talking about with some of these kids?
You're going to.
I would be.
She said it in a second. Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma? Oh, well then they're even more cooked.
Devastating.
I don't think that anyone in our county wants to cut our school funding.
That's not true, John McEvoy. They're getting rid of the Department of Education, which cuts all public funding to education. There's like, first of all, there is no DEI stuff happening in schools. Like there's like after school programs, but it's not that. They're cutting the entire Department of Education. Donald Trump says it in this clip.
One other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states.
What this does is it makes your taxes go up because you have to pay for that. It also makes it so that your children might not be able to go to school if you're too poor to pay for it. If there's no public funding for the schools, then they have to work privately. They have to charge you money.
Trump won the state.
If we have federal cuts, then that's going to mean bigger classroom sizes. I would lose teachers, first and foremost. It's devastating.
I don't think that anyone in our county wants to cut our school funding. I don't think that anyone voted for that.
Do you mind if I ask who you voted for in the election?
I voted for Donald Trump.
You literally did vote for that. I don't know what to tell you. Give me 1 second. I'm opening up some links. Isn't this might be Kentucky? I can't remember which one it is. No, it's Oklahoma. He's literally saying that, John McEvoy, like out of his mouth. Like here, you want me to pull up the full clip? I'll pull up the full clip. Donald Trump, Department of Education. Plan. God, have they made this clip so difficult to find too? Like they're legitimately cutting all the funding, but I'll find you the video if you give me a moment. There we go. 10-point plan for education.
Here are 10 key ideas that will power our movement for great schools. First, we will respect the right of parents to control the education of their children. Second, we will empower parents and local school board to hire and reward great principals and teachers, and also to fire the poor ones, the one whose performance is unsatisfactory. They will be fired.
As in, like, ones that don't align with their viewpoints, but let's keep going.
Like on The Apprentice, you're fired. Third,
yeah, and that 13.7% is, like, crucial. Thank you, Samurai Destroyer.
Our classrooms are focused not on political indoctrination, but on teaching the knowledge and skills needed to succeed. Reading, writing, math, science, arithmetic, and other truly useful subjects.
I love this part.
We will teach students to love their country.
Point 3, we will not be doing we will be avoiding political indoctrination of the students. We'll be putting a stop to that. Point 4, we're going to be politically indoctrinating the students. It's like a joke.
Not this, you're fired. Third, we will ensure our classrooms are focused not on political indoctrination, but on teaching the knowledge and skills needed and other truly useful subjects. Fourth, we will teach students to love their country. Not to
It's
hate their
like a
country, like
joke.
they're taught right now. Fifth,
They're
we will
not
support
taught like
bringing
that.
back prayer to our schools.
Of course.
Sixth,
Yes, more
we
indoctrination.
will achieve schools that are safe, secure, and drug-free, with immediate expulsion for any student who harms a teacher or another student. Seventh, we will give all parents
What's up,
the right
Headless
to
Chicken?
choose another school for their children.
Yes, you're right, by the way, pre-breakfast, but now only poor people have to obey the law. If you have $1 billion, you don't have a law.
If they want. It's called school choice. Eighth, we will ensure students have access to project-based learning experiences inside the classroom to help train them for meaningful work outside the classroom.
As in,
Ninth,
make
we
you do labor in
will
class.
strive to give all students access to internships and work experiences that can set them on a path to their first job. They're going to be very, very successful. I want them to be more successful than Trump. Let them go out and be more successful. I will be the happiest person in the world. But we want our children to have a great life and be successful. And 10th, we will ensure that all schools provide excellent jobs in career counseling so that high school and college students can get a head
Now, tell me how any of this works with no funding.
start on jobs and careers best suited to their God-given talents. This is how we will ensure a great education for every American child. And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C.
Again, if you close the Department of Education entirely, it's gone. Do you know about the Trump tariffs on Taiwan for chips and semiconductors, the 25 to 100%? It's insane. Yes, I know. It's on purpose. They want to crash the economy. They want a recession.
all education.
We're going to get a depression instead of a recession, but they want a recession. Again, if you go back and look at the Great Depression, what were the factors that caused the Great Depression? It was inflation, it was tariffs, it was banking insecurity. We have inflation rising. It's at 3% today, up 0.4% since it's the highest it's been in a year. And tariffs in place. People are being much more cautious about the banks because we hear right-wingers talking about getting rid of the IRS, the FDIC, and so crash the economy.
Education, work, and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children because they'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more
We can
money
do a
per
lot
pupil
fucking worse.
by 3 times than any other nation.
Do you want to know why we spend that much money per student on education? It's really easy. It's because we are gouging the government from private industries. That's why. There are companies that work with public schools who charge unreasonable amounts of money because the government pays for it. It's the same thing that we do with the military. It's private contractors.
And yet we're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst.
You're making it even worse.
We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up, all those buildings all over the place, and you have people that in many cases hate our children. We're going to send it all back.
You hate our children.
Thank you very much.
Like, this is insane. And like, yes, I know. I talk about the semiconductors all the time. Samurai Destroyer, they're kind of like the most important resource on the planet right now. And like, we're owned by Russia, so it is what it is. This was a great ad. The Lincoln Project is not on our side, but they do make excellent ads.
Who is threatening the Social Security benefits you worked hard for all your life? Elon Musk. Who gets to look at the personal information the government has on you in its databases? Elon Musk. Who controls the computer systems that decide if you get your tax refund, or disaster relief, or Medicare benefits? Elon Musk. Who gets billions in taxpayer money every year, all while controlling the government's payment system? Elon Musk.
Again,
President
gave himself
Musk
a
says
$20 billion contract for SpaceX.
system. Elon Musk. President Musk says he wants at least $2 trillion in cuts. That's your Social Security. That's your Medicare. That's America's roads and bridges. That's an economic depression. You think you voted for Trump, but you didn't. You voted for Elon Musk. Oh, Ohio, President Elon Musk.
That is an incredible ad. But yes, he is a traitor. Literally treason. He's not even like he came into the country illegally and did this. I don't even care about illegal immigration. Let me preface this. I do not care at all about illegal immigration, except for Elon Musk. Except for him. He's the one that's been making this an issue with Trump as well. Fuck him. He can't even be a traitor. He is a citizen. He is a citizen. He's just not a he's a naturalized citizen like I am. So, on to some other news. I need you all to start paying attention because this bird flu shit's getting out of hand. Fears of pandemic brewing in hospitals. They're told to test for respiratory patients for bird flu. We've seen a lot of this in a lot of different states around. We are applying COVID protocol to these patients because we don't know if it's bird flu. We can test for influenza A and look for strains of H1N1 and H3N1, but we can't look for H5N1. That needs to be done in state labs. And so we don't know if these are actual bird flu cases, but it seems to be spreading pretty severely. Here is an ICU nurse. I'm a 25-year-old ICU RN, just joined to see if what I'm seeing at my hospital is an anomaly or something more ubiquitous. I work in the PNW area. At my ICU is filled with very sick flu A patients. 10 bed units today had 7 ventilators, 2 HFNC, all flu positive with severe pneumonia, 4 full-blown ARDS. What was ARDS again? ARDS medical acronym. Acute respiratory distress syndrome, that's what that was. All of them are having trouble breathing. Now prompting, feels like the Delta COVID wave in some ways. Everyone nurses back on PAPRs and N95s. We've also been questioning the patients' families, and none of them got the flu shot this year. This is bad. Like, this is pandemic level bad, especially if RFK becomes in charge. Now, I've told you all, like, be careful with cat food because we've already had house cats die from eating cat food that was infected with bird flu from, like, turkeys. I would go with fish because beef is also on the menu for the bird flu. And, I don't know, like, it depends on how much you're willing to do it. But, like, if I was you, I would start acting like it's 2020 COVID again. Unless you were an anti-vaxxer, in which case I would not do that. Okay, so let's get on to some of the, well, your cat's not going to die. Just make sure your cat stays inside and get them fish food. And measles in Texas and tuberculosis in Kansas. Like, we're all over the place. We're bringing back all the old fucking diseases. Isn't that fresh food for cats? Yes. Honestly, now I understand why the left think it's an oligarchy after reading about the Plato and the Republic. Oh, don't worry. We're going to wait until the end here because we're going to watch Bernie Sanders talk about the oligarchy. And I think he'll really nail it in for you. But first, we got to talk about Tulsi Gabbard, our new secretary, our director of national intelligence. Putin's girlfriend, as Russian state media likes to call her. This is a bunch of different RT posts, Russia Today, which is state media, which used to be banned, by the way, gassing up Tulsi all around the back. She is objectively a Russian asset. I've talked about this before. I'm not going to go too far into it. If you have questions, take a look at my living source document and just Control F and look for Tulsi Gabbard. There's a lot there. But I mean, like, we have essentially just given the country to Russia. In November, after Tulsi's nomination was publicized, Russian state media immediately began loudly lobbying in her favor. We have Sputnik and RT. Ukraine cleans up its smears against Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is promoting peace in Ukraine. Tulsi Gabbard placed on Ukrainian kill list. All this shit's made up, by the way. All of this shit is made up. Tulsi has also been very much pro-Assad and has denied the use of chemical weapons by Assad on, like, Syrian citizens. So, like, it's pretty bad. It sounds like Trump didn't really win. Well, no, he didn't. Elon won. That's why he spent $54 billion to buy Twitter and another couple $100 million to buy, like, the country. It's been bipartisan oligarchy since the founding. Not necessarily. If, like, we covered this last stream, there's always been a classist system where the rich were always above the non-rich. We've always had that, but it was never oligarchy. The rich could not, in the same way, produce change in government up until about Citizens United, which came with Dick Cheney and George W. Bush. Now, this is Kash Patel. This is the guy you all should be worried about. This is the guy who's going to do all of the purges. He will be the director of the FBI if he is confirmed. Now, there's some trouble here. He might not totally be confirmed, but yeah, we are essentially the USSA now.
The night before, Mr. Miller was pressuring him because Mr. Patel wanted the FBI to remove targeted employees faster, as DOJ had already done with prosecutors. Now, according to Senator Durbin, notes from that meeting read, quote, KP, Kash Patel, wants movement at FBI, reciprocal actions for DOJ.
Now, we've already purged like half of the FBI, just so you know.
Adding this, quote, it is unacceptable for a nominee with no current role in government, much less at the FBI, to personally direct unjustified and potentially illegal adverse employment actions against senior career FBI leadership and other dedicated nonpartisan law enforcement officers. If these allegations are true, Patel may have perjured himself before the Senate Judiciary Committee. For reference,
Basically,
Kash Patel said about this
the NSSA.
at his confirmation hearing.
Are you aware of any plans or discussions to punish in any way?
No, you don't wish. That's the bad kind of socialism, leftist Leo.
FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations.
I'm not aware of that,
Thank you. There is no evidence of wrongdoing.
The difference between National Socialism and every other kind of socialism is applied to economic systems, whereas it's not applied to interpersonal, cultural, like societal systems. And whereas like in National Socialism, the socialism is applied specifically just to the cultural, social aspects of the society, whereas the businesses are fully under state control. But not in the socialist manner, still in a classist system that produces a bourgeoisie and a proletariat. That's Nazism.
Involved in these investigations. If you do pursue investigations,
True, not laws.
Will you commit to using standard processes, including a standard review by the FBI Inspections Division and the Inspector General?
Senator, I will honor all of those review processes.
You will honor those review
That's perjury, by the way, because he said this after he had already said the opposite. This is perjuring himself. This is literally a felony. Yeah, I'm sorry. The Twitter videos are like this. I have it on max volume right now. So, like, again, what he said here is that he would follow all of the expected rules and all of the expected systems that are in place. Whereas before this, I have received highly credible information from multiple sources that Kash Patel has been personally directing the ongoing purge of career civil servants at the Federal Bureau of Investigation. KP wants movement at the FBI, reciprocal for actions at the DOJ, because Mr. Patel wanted the FBI to remove target employees faster. He lied to Congress. He said that he did not say this, nor did he want this. But he said this on January 29th. That's literally a felony. But obviously he's going to get away with it. Now, Kash Patel is incredibly dangerous. Not only because of purging like the FBI and all this, but he actively threatens journalists. Today, Kash Patel sent a letter to my counsel threatening legal action and demanding that I retract comments on MSNBC about his unfitness to serve as FBI director. This aligns with threats against the media and political opponents, revealing how much he might conduct himself and if confirmed in the role. I understand by my statements, my priority remains the safety and security of the American people. I am not the only one who has expressed concerns about him, so why me? So it begins. He is literally insane. He has taken watermelons and printed out photos of his political opponents, put them on the watermelons, and then launched them out of trebuchets. Dude's insane. But again, this is Kash Patel suing journalists for doing their job. Here's another one from Jim Stewartson, based as fuck. Defendant has engaged in a smear campaign against Mr. Patel, reportedly asserting what he knows to be false, which is not true. Mr. Patel attempted to overthrow the government. He did. He was part of January 6th. He helped plan Jan 6th. He did. He was part of this. He's guilty of sedition. He is a Kremlin asset, and he lied to Congress. All of these things are old, by the way. None of this is new. This is from December of last year. December of last year. Here's our Russian state media. Fucking hell, that's loud.
Америку за полчаса разберут на кирпичики. Ну прям молодцы. Вот номинант на пост главы ФБР Кеш Патель просто зажигает.
Следы ФБР стали чертовски большими. Самая
Probably the biggest problem arose due to the
большая
intelligence
проблема,
services.
вероятно, возникла из-за разведывательных служб.
I
Я бы
would
убрал
remove this
этот
component.
компонент. Я бы
I would close the FBI Gover building on the
закрыл здание
first
ФБР Гувера в первый же день и открыл бы его на
day and open
следующий
it the next day as a museum of the deep state.
день как музей глубинного государства. И я бы взял 7000...
Joey, I don't give a fuck about Jan 6. We've had a coup in which the richest man in the world has overtaken the government. So, like, I don't give a fuck about Jan 6. We had a worse than Jan 6. I didn't even talk about Jan 6 yesterday when we were covering the business plot.
из сотрудников, которые работают в этом здании.
I would take 7,000 people who work in this building and send them around the country to catch criminals. This is going door to door looking for subversives to arrest.
Отправил бы их ловить преступников по всей
Remember, they
Америке.
added 30,000 new beds to Guantanamo. No, I know. I just mentioned it because we're talking about Kash Patel, but I don't actually care about it. Right now, it's a nothing burger. We'd had infinitely worse happen in the last week.
Будьте копами, вы же копы. Идите, будьте копами. Юстиция...
Look, so if Russian media is glazing Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, what does that tell you? Because that tells me that Russia's in charge. Now, two more things. In relation, one, to the fact that they are about to ignore the courts entirely. I mean, it's in Project 2025. Again, pull that up. Yes, of course, I'm delusional, except you can't explain how I'm delusional, can you? You can just say shit, but you can't ever actually make a goddamn point. This is the thing that annoys me, too. These people come in here, and then they call me stupid or delusional or silly, but they never have any point to make. They can never argue. They can never debate against me. They're pussies that come in here. They're literally Russian bots or little, like, incels hiding in their basement. Russia could also just get lucky. I mean, what do you get lucky? Gonna need to see how this plays out. Well, I mean, we got rid of USAID, which is US soft power abroad. Good. I don't want you to see John. He's on YouTube anyway. Two, yeah, I'm yelling at someone on YouTube chat. I don't know why you can't see it. I have multi-chat open, so you should technically be able to, but it doesn't matter. Everyone on YouTube chat so far has been a bot or a troll. We know that this is in Project 2025. Now, let's have a look at what's expected.
So there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on every day. But so as to not get too overwhelmed with the pace of things, with I think what we're all experiencing as this torrent of bad news.
Yeah, absolutely,
I do
Simply
think it's
Steve.
possible to recognize
That's
that
the
not
point.
everything sort of fits in the same bucket. Not all of these things are the same. Right. So in one category, I would put.
Oh, real quickly, really quickly. There's two things that I forgot to show you. One, look at Russia's. Actually, that's the wrong one. Give me the Russian economy. This one. This is our stock market today. This is Russia's. Can you honestly say that we didn't just give Russia a gift, an entire boon? Again, our stock market today. Russia's. I wonder why they suddenly had a massive surge in their stock market today. The other thing I wanted to show you was Trump's State Department official has repeatedly called for mass sterilization of low IQ trash. I mean, I hope this applies to people like Johnny.
The year that the wall's construction
Or Joey.
Over 3.2 million residents of East Germany had fled for freedom and opportunity available in the West. These facts are by no means unrelated.
He's talking about East Germany, by the way.
it had become clear at the point of construction that neither East Germany nor the oppressive ideology that governed it was sustainable without forceful confinement. As long as people could choose.
We needed to go so much harder with denazification. Again, I've said this before. In 1946, when we polled the Germans living in American-occupied East Germany and asked them if the Nuremberg trials were unfair, 6% of them said yes. 4 years later, in 1950, we asked this question again, and that number was 1 in 3. 1 in 3 from 6% in 4 years. We didn't do denazification anywhere near as hard enough. They're talking about, this is eugenics, by the way. Mass sterilization of low IQ trash. This is like, this is the definition of eugenics. I've warned my family to get rid of their stocks. I would also pull all of your cash out of the bank and keep it in your house, because there's almost certainly going to be a bank run. Our economy is absolutely crashing, and they want it to crash. Thank you, Brandon, for the follow. Now, the State Department official has on a number of occasions called for sterilization of low IQ trash. Secretary of State Marco Rubio appointed Darren Beatty to be the acting undersecretary for public diplomacy and public affairs. Yes, this is public diplomacy and public affairs. Let's sterilize the low IQ trash. A senior role that represents the American forward policy to the world, population control, if only. Higher quality humans are subsidizing the fertility of lower quality humans, he said, calling it a foundational reality of social and political life in the post-war West. This guy is literally a Nazi. Like, this is the most Nazi you can be without being covered in swastikas. Also, hey, proud PBGist. Good to see you. There are people that retroactively said we should have let Patton roll on Moscow, wrap everything up, and do a clean restart. No, I think we shouldn't have done that. I think we should have just made sure that all the Nazis are dead. You do realize that, like, well after the war, people who had children, and those children grew up and were teenagers, and their parents were still Nazis. Like, openly believed 100% Hitler was good.
You know, bad outcomes, right? Plane crashes, bird flu jumping species and sparking new outbreaks. American farmers having been told by the government that if they install new fencing and dig a new well and upgrade their electrical, the government will subsidize that, will reimburse them for doing that. Now that those American farmers have spent that money, the Trump administration has decided
we shouldn't have let them escape to South America. We also shouldn't have brought them over to America with Project Paperclip.
In fact, paying them for it. So now those farmers are potentially going to go bankrupt.
Yep.
Right?
By the way, again, yeah, they hate you in every possible way, and they lie to you constantly.
They're that. Now the government will subsidize that, will reimburse them for doing that. Now that those American farmers have spent that money, the Trump administration has decided they're not, in fact, paying them for it. So now those farmers are potentially going to go bankrupt, right? The shuttering of programs that prevent the spread of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, programs that stop.
That's why we have a TB outbreak again, by the way, in Kansas. Like, TB is old-timey disease. We used to call this shit consumption.
Programs that test cancer drugs and all the rest. All of these things are bad.
Cancer drugs, Alzheimer drugs, Parkinson drugs, all of those are cut. All medical research is pretty much just out the window, gone. It's been defenestrated.
Outcomes. I mean, I would even say, like, Charles Kushner, that's a bad outcome, right? Having a convicted felon as the ambassador to one of our most important allies, that itself is bad. Rod Blagojevich, that's bad. Pardoning politicians for profound and proven corruption, that's just a bad outcome.
We literally just legalized foreign bribery today.
Its face. So that's one category. Say there's a second category, which is self-dealing and abuse of office. We're going to talk this hour about some of the amazing benefits that Donald Trump's top campaign donor, Elon Musk, is getting for himself and his companies now that Trump has let him take over.
Dude's really getting a bang for his buck. I forgot to show this. This is, by the way, Kash Patel's hit list of people he wants to be hunted. It's in his book. Today has been fucking wild. Yes, it has, Glitterbell. It absolutely has. Just so you guys know, this is the hit list. I'll send you to it. What do you mean that the Fed is robbing New York? Like, what's happening right now? And, like, well, we know about the slaves. Like, we have slaves all over the country. I've done a whole video on how corporations can rent slaves from prisons and have them work, like, McDonald's front desk or some shit. But, like, can you link me that?
Running the government. There's things like, the inherently worthless Trump meme coin, on which he's made tens of millions of dollars already, thanks to the suckers who are willing to pay for it, right?
I got it.
There's all that. Like, there's the bad outcomes. There's the self-dealing and
Lovely.
corrupt.
I love to see that. New York got $80 million from migrants, and the White House took it back.
Say those are the first two categories.
It is FEMA.
But the thing that we're going to focus on tonight, and that I think, in a good sense, I think a lot of the country is starting to focus on right now, is a different category. It's not just a bad outcome. It's not just self-dealing and corruption. It's a third category that poses the risk of what I would call
fascism. It is what it
breakthrough.
is. Yeah,
That's like the
autocratic breakthrough. That's what that is, Glitterbell.
Political science term for it. It's not just something turning out bad. It's not just you doing things in a way that is corrupt or for your own self rather than for the people you're supposed to be serving. It is breaking systems so that you can't be stopped.
Literally this.
It's when they do things with their power.
Again, right now, if Elon Musk did something that Donald Trump doesn't like, what would happen? Compare that to Russia, where if an oligarch did something Vladimir Putin does not like, what happens to that oligarch? Would that be the same thing that happens to Elon Musk? No fucking way.
That aren't just bad, that aren't just corrupt or self-dealing. They are designed to change the government and the country and the system so they can never be removed from power. So opposition to them becomes impossible or illegal or dangerous. So it doesn't matter what we want or what we don't want. It doesn't matter what we intend to vote for or vote against. They're staying anyway, and they'll do what they want regardless of how the rest of the country feels about it. That's autocratic.
Liars and grifters. And it's unfortunate because, like, even MAGA doesn't want this. They're all celebrating because they think that all of this is helping them. But in a month or two, they're all going to be real fucking pissed. But they're going to be pissed at us because they're going to blame Biden for it instead.
Breakthrough. And in that category, there's stuff to watch. The attacks on the media are not important because you have to let the media. They're important because without the media, the public's not going to know things the government doesn't want them to know. The attack.
Again, like today, Biden inflation up. Motherfucker, it's February. Biden's not the president.
On the inspectors general and the oversight agencies.
Jeez,
They're
Glitterbell.
not necessarily important because you have to love the inspectors general and the oversight agencies. But again, it's a categorical change. In taking out the inspectors general and the oversight agencies, these guys are protecting themselves from being investigated or being stopped by those watchdogs, but they're also preventing the public from knowing about whatever malfeasance may be going on.
Malfeasance. I like that word.
In that category, the autocratic breakthrough category, the changing the system so we can't be removed from office, so that we can act without regard for.
It's going to be a rough, like, couple years at least, Glitterbell. I mean, maybe a decade, but like, understand that we're about 2 days off, maybe, from them openly defying the courts, because we've now had J.D. Vance say that the courts don't matter. We have Elon Musk saying the courts don't matter, and we have this on Fox News, which is literally insane.
Really novel idea, but our founding fathers created a document, the Constitution. There's a separation of powers for a reason. The executive branch is the ultimate authority on.
There's a separation of powers for a reason, but the executive branch is the ultimate authority.
Federal issues, and we have rogue judges who are trying to stop members like Doge team, Besant, from doing their job, and that's to protect taxpayer dollars, to look at what we're
Yeah, as in take your dollars and give it to the rich.
doing with spending, and to run the federal government under President Trump. So here's what separation of power.
Again, there's a separation of powers, but the executive branch has ultimate authority. The real constitutional crisis taking place in our judicial branch, where district court judges and liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block the president. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that they're saying. They call them activist judges. They're not real. Again, these are judges that were appointed from, like, Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden. Like, all four, like, there are judges everywhere, and they are Bush judges, Obama judges, Trump judges, and Biden judges going against this.
What the American people want or say or do.
Oh,
In that
Jesus
category,
Christ,
the big
Glitterbell.
kahuna is the attack on the courts. You may have seen the headline tonight. We had a federal judge block the big
Oh, cool. I mean, at least they acknowledged. I mean, they're going to lie about it, but
cuts they just imposed on scientific and medical
they
research.
Functionally already
The
have
amount
SN.
of scientific and medical research funding and the way that funding is structured is set up by law. And to cut it unilaterally is to violate that law. So those scientific and medical research cuts have been blocked.
We never did this. You have explain how Democrats did this, some dude, in any way, shape, or form. What did we do that's in any way similar to this?
Tonight.
Thank you for the subs.
We've also had a federal judge block the resign or else threats against millions of federal workers.
What does USAID do? What do you think USAID does, some dude? What do you think it's for? What's the point of USAID?
That are trying to induce them into quitting their jobs. That has been blocked.
I'm asking you a question. What is USAID and what does it do? I'm waiting. You're in the hot seat now. What is USAID and what does it do? Oh, does it give to liberal groups like feminist groups? Is that what it does? No, it doesn't. USAID is the way that America spent a tiny amount of money just giving bullshit to small countries so that we can have American influence in that region for cheaper than military influence. We send some HIV medication to a part in Africa where China wants to go and control and influence that part of Africa so they can mine for elements there. But instead we give them some medicine so that we have our influence in the region, soft power, and so that China and Russia can't. Okay, yeah, you're literally retarded. You're going to suffer so much. I feel bad for you people because in a month or two, your entire lives are going to be ruined. Everything you own is gone and you're just too stupid to see it. That is how it works. That's always how it's worked. It's always how it's worked.
Blocked by a federal judge. We've had a federal judge block the Elon Musk improper access to the Treasury's payment system. That has been blocked by a federal judge. We've had a federal judge block their efforts to send 3 Venezuelan men to Guantanamo.
Yeah, 0.01% of the budget.
Judge blocked the release of the names of FBI agents who worked on January 6th cases. We've had 3 different judges block the effort to overturn birthright citizenship, the American principle enshrined in the Constitution that says if you're born here, you're American. We have had 2 federal judges now block the government funding halt. We have had a federal judge block the shutdown of USAID and the order that everybody at USAID has to be fired or put on leave.
All of these things are illegal. The courts are literally saying, no, these are illegal. And they are about to, straight up, we already did watch the Oval Office interview, Larvae. You should go back to the beginning of the stream and watch it. We watched the Oval Office interview, and we watched him talking with the King of Jordan. Go suck off your great leader, exactly.
We've had judges stop thing after thing after thing that they've been trying to do. And all of those losses in court, only 3 weeks into the administration, how have they lost in court this many times already? Well, it's because they're doing a lot of things all at once that seem, at least at first glance, to be quite illegal. And so
and not just seem, they are objectively incredibly illegal. The talk with the King of Jordan was amazing. It was incredible. I mean, it was something.
Judges are stopping them from doing these things as fast as lawsuits can be filed.
It's called flooding the zone.
But the important thing here is the response to these court orders, because in, for example, the funding halt case.
Glitterbell, did you see the bit where Trump says he will own Gaza?
Where the judges are saying you cannot halt these funds.
You don't know what small government means, Larvae. They're just stealing from the government. This isn't small government in cutting your taxes and giving it back to you. This is cutting your programs and taking the money that you're going to continue to pay, and your taxes are about to go up. If you make under $300,000, your taxes are going to go up, and that money is going to get siphoned to the wealthy. That's what they mean when they say small government. Look, Donald Trump is not in charge. Elon Musk is in charge. The oligarch, the wealthy man who is stealing your money. He's stealing your Social Security, your Medicare, your Medicaid, your education, everything. He's stealing it. Again, this is an unelected illegal immigrant standing in the Oval Office giving a press conference while the president sits his ass down in a cuck chair and quietly watches. All right? Elon Musk is the president.
Have to go ahead. In the USAID case, where the judge says you cannot shut USAID and put the whole staff on leave, you have to reverse that.
What's with all of
In
the
those
YouTube
cases
trolls today?
already,
Jesus.
We have had the new administration lose in court, and we have also had the new administration appear
What did
to
the Dems steal, Chase? Again, every single one of you idiots comes in here with a claim and has nothing to back it up.
defy those court orders. In both cases, the plaintiffs have gone back to court in those cases saying, Your Honor, your ruling is not being obeyed.
Oh, okay.
They're still doing
Well, thank
what
you, Wick.
ordered them not to do.
Again, we were using that money to create American soft power to counter Russia and China, Chase. We were giving a tiny fraction of money that it would cost to do this diplomatically by making us popular, by giving them, like, I don't know, $10 worth of fucking HIV medication. And so they get to have American influence. We get to be in the area. China and Russia don't get to come and do their influence and take that area and mine the minerals and the elements and the coal and the oil or whatever the fuck it is in that area. We do this for a reason. We've been doing this since the 80s. No, go look up, Google American soft power. I just literally Google the words.
And that has bad consequences, true, right? Directly. There's a reason these cases were brought in the first place, which is you can't do this illegal thing. And also, if you do this thing, it causes harm. So the fact that they're
Coherent
defying the
scream.
court orders directly has bad consequences.
Coherent scream. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. Biden inflation up. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. At this rate, how long till the Fed raises interest rates? They will be raising interest rates very soon. They 100%, because the chair of the Fed can't be fired. So he's not going anywhere. And the Fed is going to try and stop whatever the fuck inflation is going to come out of Trump's stupid policies. We are close to hyperinflation. Motherfucker, we had the lowest interest rates in 2 decades up until about a month ago. You think that we're high in inflation? We are just hitting 3% inflation. You have no idea what hyperinflation is. Go look at Argentina. Go look at Turkey. We were at 3% inflation.
USAID still being shut has bad consequences. Those funding halts still have bad consequences. But categorically, the most important thing here is their willingness to defy the courts, because that is the ultimate.
Also, Weimar Germany, yeah.
A declaration that the rule of law does not apply to them, that it cannot constrain anything they want to do.
This will happen in the next week. And I still think that within the next 3 weeks, we're going to hear Donald Trump say the N-word, hard R, on national television. I'm like almost 100% positive about that. All right. Let's take a listen to Bernie Sanders. Trump won folks making under 100K, while Dems won those making over 100K. I know. And you're the one that's going to get fucked by that. Like, you voted for the guy who's going to steal from you. The Democrats don't like you. They hate you. They're not good. The Democrats have never been good, but the Republicans are worse. And you people struggle to understand this to the point of you are harming yourselves regularly. Your vote has taken literally everything from you. There is now fucking tuberculosis in the United States, consumption, old-timey disease. We have measles making a comeback. Like, you're gonna die. You have RFK who's going to get rid of every food regulation. Your food is going to be literal you're self-harming. Yes. There's no value in hating on the Dems? No, there's plenty of value in hating on the Dems. I mean, real quick. The fact that they're not going to do a shutdown fight when this is the only leverage that Dems have is insane. No, it's not why we lose. Why we lose is not because, like, for the entire pre-election, I talked about how much I dislike the Dems, but that I was going to vote for them and why you should. And it makes sense. Why would you vote for the more difficult opposition? That's how you get people to vote for the Dems if they don't like the Dems. You say, pick the less, like, the easier opposition to fight against. And we lost because most of the country didn't vote, Glitterbell. 84 million Americans didn't vote because nobody gave them a reason to vote. The Dems are shit because they will never do economic populism. The Dems will not do, like, we lost because of a lack of economic populism. The only person in the Dems who could have beat Trump this time around was Bernie Sanders. Do I listen to myself? Yes. What do you, like, are you, we voted for them. I got a lot, I turned Trump voters into voting for Kamala Harris. Several of them. But I don't like the Dems. Their party is shit and they don't work for you. Look, I mean, like, again, they're not doing the shutdown fight. We have Hakeem Jeffries having this response to
the dropping of the charges against Eric Adams.
No reaction at this point.
I vote Dem, but I'm not a Dem.
The people of New York City will make a determination.
If the Dems were like AOC, Bernie Sanders, what's her name? Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar, if that was the Dems, then great. But the Dems that we have are just another vehicle for money to get siphoned to the billionaire class. They still work for the billionaire class.
As to who is better.
Because there's no reason that Hakeem Jeffries would have this response unless he worked for the billionaire class. Do you think refusing to carry the party flag gets us closer to that? I don't think that the Dems will ever win again until there is systemic change in the Democratic Party. Bottom-up change. I don't think that even AOC would win if we ran her next time and it was a free and fair election. We need a systemic change in the Dems. No, like, I don't, that's not dodging. The answer is no. I do. That's what I say. I tell people to join the Democratic Party and change it from the bottom up. This is what the Republicans did. They had young people enter the Republican Party and they kicked out all the old people. They kicked out all the shitty people and they built up the party from the bottom up. I want them to do that. I don't like the Dems, but I will vote for them and I will work with them. I'm an independent. I think that on state level right now, you should be voting for the DSA because they got 50 state legislature seats. And thank you, Larvae. If you are a Dem, say we. Why are you word policing me right now, Glitterbell? I'm obviously on your side. I want the Dems to win, but I still don't like them. I still think that they are the enemy. I want them to win only because they are the easier opposition to work against. I'm a socialist. I know what you think, but like you haven't watched my content long enough to understand. You are not my enemy. It's not you. It's not Dem voters. It's Dem officials. And yes, you do pass, like the Dems do pass laws that protect us in some ways, but they also pass laws in other ways that remove our protections and that steal from us. They also do this. It's just to a much lower extent than Republicans. Republicans slam the gas and Democrats occasionally touch it. That's the difference here. But none of them are actually going to systemically change the country in a way that the working class will benefit. The only chance we had here was Bernie Sanders. Let's take a listen to what Bernie Sanders has to say.
Are we in a quorum call here?
We are not.
Look, Glitterell, if you want to debate me on this, you can. Like, you can come on, we can talk about it. But, like, I don't believe that the Dems actually care about you. Not in a broad aspect.
Mr. President, we are living in a...
Obviously, interpersonally, some of them, yes.
...dangerous time. Future generations will look back at this moment, what we do right now, and remember
not laws, you're not wrong.
Whether we had the courage to defend our democracy against the growing threats of oligarchy and authoritarianism. They will remember whether we stood with President...
This is the Dem that I like. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Jasmine Crockett.
Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, who in 1863, looking out over a battlefield where thousands of people had died.
He's not a Dem, but he works with the, that's me. I'm not a Dem like Bernie Sanders, but I will often work with the Dems. No, he didn't. He won in 2016, and the party cheated to make Hillary Clinton the presidential nominee. The Donna Brazil stepped down from the DNC and apologized and admitted it. They did not split the vote. Bernie won. This is not like, you have no idea what you're talking about. I swear to God. Bernie did not split the vote. The Democrats fucked him over because they would prefer Donald Trump over Bernie Sanders. The Dems would choose Donald Trump over Bernie Sanders.
Thousands of soldiers died in the fight against slavery. And he stated that...
I like the fact that he was at the civil rights protests. I like the fact that he wants free healthcare for everybody, that he wants education for everybody. I like the fact that he actually sticks to his word and has been consistent for decades and decades and decades. I like the fact that he is against the billionaire class and he wants to tax the rich. Like, it's not about passing laws right now. Obviously, you need power to pass the laws. You need support. And we don't, because the liberals have the entire government and lock us out from doing anything about it. Yeah, because of you people, Glitterbell. Obviously, it's because of people like you. It's because of Democrats that think like you. Stop infighting and just understand that the real enemy is up, not left or right. It's not a left versus right fight. It's an up versus down fight. We're not talking about left or right anymore. I don't give a fuck who's left or right. I care about up versus down.
Quote, this nation...
Oh, yes, it's anti-democratic to like what? How am I actively... I don't want to work with a majority? Motherfucker, you're not the majority. The Democrats are not the majority. The majority of Americans don't vote.
Under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
You know the iPhone was made with socialism, right?
Earth. Do we stand with Lincoln's vision of America?
Except now they have lost and given power to a fascist and are doing nothing to fight back against it. What are the Dems doing right now to stop this, huh? What about the fact that there are elected officials, Democrats, being kept out of government buildings by private security, Blackwater, hired by Elon Musk, and they're not just pushing them out of the way and moving in? Because the left is through. You're literally, like, insane if you think that the leftists caused this election to like go to the Republicans. You are literally insane if you believe this. The leftists voted for Kamala. The people who didn't vote are not leftists. They're not Dems. They're not Republicans. They just didn't care. You gave them nothing to vote for.
Or do we sit idly by and allow this country to move in?
Government subsidies into programs that help develop the pieces of the iPhone X. That's how. Government subsidies, taxpayer money went into research and manufacturing to build the iPhone. That's socialism.
Into a new vision, and that is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, for the billionaire.
Larvae, you might want to rethink that.
Do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't...
Class.
And yes, Elon Musk lives off of socialism. The entire project here is socialism for the wealthy and nothing for you.
But it is not just oligarchy that we should be concerned about. Not just the reality that today 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170.
Billionaires do not contribute to the economy, Samurai Destroyer. You're entirely wrong here. Trickle-down economics has not been a thing that's ever worked. It's never worked. We've been saying this since the 80s. Money does not trickle down. When billionaires have money, that money sits in offshore bank accounts or in investments. It doesn't create anything for the economy. By function of like what value and worth is, by how commodities work, the manager does not create any value or worth. The laborer is the one that creates value, and the manager is the one that watches, that manages that. But the manager does not put in any actual labor, because value is based off of the amount of congealed human labor that is put into a commodity. A commodity is, the cost of a commodity is based on the labor. that is put into it. The managers do not put in any labor.
Million. 3 people, more wealth than the bottom 170 million Americans. It is not just that the
Glitterbell, why do you care right now about the election? Because I care more about preventing the fascist takeover of the country. And I'm more mad at the Democrats because they're doing literally nothing about it. What has been done to stop the illegal fascist takeover? The private servers and hard drives that Elon Musk has installed into the treasury. The social security information that you're watching. Like, dismantling government agencies is not a bad thing if it's done well, X, but they're just cutting wherever the fuck they want. And that money isn't coming back to the taxpayer, right? And by the way, we already had money that was going to building roads. Joe Biden, at the end of his term, put in an infrastructure bill that is now all that money has been cut. So like we already put in money to build roads and that money has been cut. The Democrats have done, what have they done about this? Glitterbell, what has the Democrats done to stop the fascist takeover? Tell me one thing.
The gap between the very, very rich and everyone else is growing wider. And it is not just that we have more income and wealth inequality today than we have ever had. On top of all of that,
the Dems gave you the best economy that you've ever seen in your lifetime under Joe Biden. Although, like, it was mainly if you're rich. If you're not rich, you didn't really feel it. But the stock market was booming as high as it's ever been. Inflation was lower than it's been in decades. Obviously, this only impacted the wealthy in a positive way because your wages didn't go up. How did you try and stop it? How is the left doing anything to stop this? Glitterbell, what are they doing right now to stop this? Because what I see is, Bernie Sanders talking about it. What I see is AOC talking about it. I see maybe 1 or 2 Dems talking about it, but none of them are doing anything.
the reality is that today we are moving rapidly under President Trump
Thank you, X.
toward authoritarianism. More and more power resting in fewer
I did. What have the Dems done? You still haven't answered me.
and fewer hands.
They are Dems. They're just like, they're the good ones. They're the ones that have any worth to them. This is like resist libs level. Yeah, you're right. I worked at a place that was acquired by a new parent company from France. The first thing they did was put a spending freeze in place while they reviewed the books. Yes, that stuff makes sense. It's how you do it. It's not what's being done, it's how it's being done. It's currently being done illegally by an illegal immigrant who has not been elected to government. Yeah, you're a political vehicle that has done nothing so far. Again, what have you done? Why haven't the Dems pushed the private security out of the way that was blocking them from entering government buildings? They're elected officials, the other people are not. Why?
And as we speak, right now, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man on the planet, is attempting to dismantle major agencies.
Right now, the Dems are trying to get information out because we don't actually have a political power, so we need Republicans to vote with us. No! No! See, that's why I don't like the Dems. That is I don't have a party, but that's a failing strategy. You're trying to get Republicans to vote with you? Are you fucking insane? Are you fucking insane? The only correct strategy right now is to block the funding bill and shut the government down.
Of the federal government, which are designed to protect the needs of working families and the disadvantaged.
I believe in democracy too. Yes. You know why? Because right now we're the fucking Hitler country, and if we crash our economy, then we'll kill less people. You are literally standing on the tanks that are going to be crushing the skulls of Palestinian babies. Do you think that Hitler would have, the Holocaust would have been anywhere near as bad if Hitler immediately tanked the economy when he got into power to the point where it's non-functional?
These agents.
And again, the Democrats rigged the last primary against Bernie Sanders. You guys like literally cheated to take away the presidency from this man. The only hope that we actually had on the left. And you can't even remotely deny this because they admitted it. Donna Brazile stepped down and admitted it. So fuck the Dems. Oh, what, you think that didn't happen? because the DNC chair seems to disagree. No, it's not a whole separate debate. It's why I don't trust the Dems to do shit. The Dems will only enable fascism right now, which is what they're doing. I did play Hakeem Jeffries' speech. Like, they're not doing anything to help. If the Dems start helping, great. I will start saying nice things about the Dems. But right now, do you know who the person we have in charge is? The person who's supposed to be the one fighting back? It's this motherfucker.
If you're going to do hit
this guy.
Hey, dude, if you're going to do hits on national television, how about put it back up? How about not doing it like if somebody showed up to do an interview with us and they're looking down in their laptop like this. Okay, yeah, put it on the screen. Like, yeah, they're looking down on their laptop like this. They got no microphone. Invest in a $25 microphone.
We have this Dem who has a literal fucking minute and a half stroke in the middle of Congress. I have not seen anything of worth from the Dems. Hakeem Jeffries' plan. Let's see his fucking war plan. Made it clear to Republican leadership, he wrote, that any efforts to steal taxpayer money from Americans must be choked off in the upcoming government funding bill, if not sooner. They're not going to stop this bill from going through. Shutting down the government is the only way forward. This is a blah, 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 blah. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Give me the actual fucking points here.
Given Democrats have lost control of the entire government, can you outline the plan for the next at least 2 years? What is your path forward here?
Republicans
Fuck you, Chase.
did control the House in the last Congress. Democrats did gain seats in the House of Representatives. We're still short of a majority, but Republicans...
I don't have an imaginary perfect team. I'm trying to build one, Glitterbell. I'm trying to build an actual team that will actually do something. I'm trying to get people like you out of your house to touch grass and then go protest day after day after day after day. I want you to get armed, buy a gun, learn how to use it, join the SRA. That's the kind of shit. I build community, talk to your neighbors, join politics from the ground up, run for your state legislature, run for your school board, run for your election board. These are the things that I say regularly.
Hold the narrowest
Yeah, they're not going to vote against the shutdown.
Any party.
I want to see where he says, what leverage do we have?
Leverage we actually have. What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government.
Does that sound like they're trying to fight to you?
What leverage do we have? I'm trying to...
That doesn't sound like they want to fight, and this is the guy in charge of setting up the fight. I think that Americans will suffer greatly, Glitterbell. And I think that that's necessary. I think Americans need to face consequences because Americans are the most objectively, like, entitled individuals that don't know suffering, and they need to face... You need to be, like, when you touch the stove, it needs to hurt so you don't touch the stove again. No, I don't think it would be forever. The goal of this is not to fix America. I don't want to crash the economy to fix America. I want to crash economy so our war effort into fucking Greenland and Canada and Gaza and Mexico and Panama and Colombia could all be weaker so that we can kill less people.
Agencies were created by the U.S. Congress.
Yeah, Democrats also take money from the corporations. You can see the DNC chair talking about how there's good billionaires and that we'll take money from the good billionaires. There is no such thing as a good billionaire. It's not short-sighted. America died. America died already. We've had the funeral. This is trying to build something better.
And it is Congress...
I don't want parties. My belief is a stateless, classless society. That's my intention. Now, is that going to happen in my lifetime? No. But I want to build the systems up towards that.
It's a responsibility to maintain them, to reform them, or to end them.
If you want to talk about this with me, you can come on the channel. I'm doing something else now. We've already gotten too stun locked. But like, I've already talked about my plan on YouTube. If you wanna hear like my beliefs on like how things should go, what my ideal system would be, I've already talked about that.
It is not Mr. Musk's responsibility.
True, no one.
What Mr. Musk is doing is patently illegal and unconstitutional and must be ended.
Here, I'll timestamp it for you.
President 2 weeks ago.
I probably did.
President Trump attempted to suspend.
What was your question, X? Sorry, I did not see it. How do you feel about Dems spending so much time focusing on minority issues and Look, I think that all of those things could still be done if we did some economic populism along with those. I don't think we need to stop focusing on any of those issues. I just think we need to add economic populism into it.
And all federal grants and loans. An outrageous and clearly unconstitutional act. And as I hope every sixth grader, every kid in the sixth grade in this country knows, under the Constitution and our form of government, the president can recommend legislation, he can support legislation, he can veto legislation.
It's not, there isn't one that I like in history. I'm smarter than people like Lenin and Stalin and all of the other populists. I'm smarter than Trump. I'm smarter than Hitler. None of those things were good. I would like one to be good based on community cooperation instead of profit motive. I want the profit motive to disappear. I want to remove private property. Yeah, it is pretty violent. It's violent against the fascists. We're literally trying to fight fascism. It's economic populism. Because that's what won. That's what Trump ran. He just lied about it.
But he
What's up, Cosmopolitics? Thank you for the raid. We're just arguing about Democrats while also watching Bernie Sanders. Very happy to have you here. We have to do something. Exactly. Like, we can't sit here and do nothing. The Democrats are not doing anything. Again, we just watched Hakeem Jeffries say literally fucking nothing. What leverage do we have? Like, no, I don't want to embrace Trump's tactics. I want to steal their tactics and flip them into the right, into the left. I literally have videos where we watch the alt-right playbook, like the old series, and I tell you how to use this rhetoric, how to use these tactics from the left on a moral plane, not doing what they did, but using the things that they did that works against them. Like, that's my plan, and it's working, by the way. It works better than anything the Democrats are doing.
To unilaterally terminate.
Thanks for the sub, Cosmopolitics.
Passed by the Congress. It is Congress, the House and the Senate, who control the purse strings.
Not anymore.
But in this move toward authoritarianism, it is not just the Congress that is being attacked.
Congress is essentially functionless right now. Congress is essentially functionless in its entirety right now. Because Donald Trump just makes executive orders, Elon Musk just says a bunch of shit and does it. Congress doesn't have any, like, what is Congress doing? Have you seen the bills that they're putting out? Here, hold on one second. Have a look at this. This is the shit Congress is putting out. They have no job. This is the length of the bill to annex Greenland. It's like one fucking page. The Dems are falling apart. I'm not looking here for leadership. I'm the leadership.
Our judiciary. This weekend, the Vice President of the United States, a graduate of Yale Law School.
Because they're the ones that are literally, it's their job right now. Hakeem Jeffries is the head of the task force to try and fight back against Trump. That's his job. And if he's saying, what leverage do we have? What can we do? Then that tells me that they're not going to do anything. By the way, I should give you a shout out, Cosmopolitics. Everyone, please go and follow Cosmopolitics.
School, who clerked for a Supreme Court justice, said that, and I quote, "Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power." End quote.
It's more like the other way around,
Really?
Real Talk channel, unfortunately.
I thought that one of the major functions of the federal courts is to interpret our Constitution and, when appropriate, serve as a check on the unconstitutional power of the executive.
Essentially, everything that the executive branch has done, including Elon Musk, has been illegal. Which video, Drunken Slav? We're the USSA. No, we're the UNSA, the United Nationalist Socialist States of America.
That's not just what I believe. That is what I suspect every legal scholar and lawyer in America understands to be the case. Further, Mr. Musk, meanwhile, has proposed, and I quote, that the worst 1% of appointed
I don't remember
judges
Drunken Slav, I'm sorry.
be fired every year, end quote. And he demanded the impeachment.
No, Glitterbell's not schizo. Glitterbell's just a liberal. That's fine. There's no issue here. Like, I have no actual argument. Like, I have nothing against you, Glitterbell, at all. Like, at all. But you're wrong. And I'm trying to show you that you're wrong. Blows the weakest of conservatives' mind to hear that we are the United States of Americas. I mean, like, I believe in democracy. I just think that your functional belief in democracy is leading to the death of democracy. We vehemently disagree, but we agree on positive outcomes. We don't want fascism. I think you're wrong about how to go about it, how to get there. Good to see a Samurai Destroyer.
Have blocked him from accessing sensitive Treasury Department files.
Again, this is illegal.
Under Mr. Musk's rule,
Illegal.
It will be him and his billionaire friends who determine who the worst judges are.
They're like literally right now, we have 19-year-old incels that have access to your social security data named Big Balls, okay? Like, I'm the same Drunken Slut, but it doesn't mean that liberals, like voters, are different. The liberals in power are one thing and liberal voters are different, just like how Republicans in power are one thing and like Republican voters are another. They don't all have the same beliefs. All Republican voters are not literally Hitler, whereas all Republican politicians are literally Hitler.
And no, Mr. Musk, I must tell you, you don't impeach judges who rule against you here in the United States, who rule against you. You may or may not know this, Mr. Musk, but under the U.S. Constitution, we have a separation of powers, brilliantly crafted by the founding fathers of this country in the 1770s, and it has worked pretty well throughout our country's history. We have an executive branch,
Bernie is great.
A legislative branch, and we have a judiciary.
Oh, by the way, guys, feel free to follow me on Twitter.
What we are seeing now is not just
the fascists are even somewhat libs. It's kind of funny. We have liberal fascism going on.
An organized attack on the power of the Congress and the responsibility of the...
I'm sorry, but no, it's Twitter, and it's also the Gulf of America, the Gulf of Mexico. Jeez, I almost got it right that time.
Judiciary. Mr. Trump and his friends are not just trying to undermine...
Yeah, right now.
Two of the three pillars of our constitutional government.
I do this for fun, but I would like to do this for a living. I mean, I try and do this as much as I can. It depends on how much support I get from you guys.
In the courts, they are also going after the media.
Yeah, you're right, pre-breakfast banana, 100%.
We have never seen.
I have, I'm sorry, Bernie. I will let you continue in a second, but Beyonce had the best album of all time. No, so like I do this for fun, but I also want to do this for a living. I don't have another job. Like I try and do this full time. So that is what it is. But yes, we're trading liberty for nothing right now.
After the media in a way that we have never seen in the modern history of this country. Trust me that every member of Congress...
If you want to donate, you can do it through a direct link so that Twitch doesn't take half of it.
The media and media organizations are not perfect. We have all had our experiences.
It always feels so dirty to say like, oh, if you want to donate. I don't like doing that at all.
Experiences with the media. Media, like everything else, makes mistakes every day. But I do hope that every member of Congress understands that you cannot have a functioning democracy. You cannot have a free flow of information.
Thank you, Glitterbell.
You cannot have the pursuit of truth without an independent press. A press not intimidated.
Can't you run an ad on here and there? I don't like running ads, and Twitch has essentially demonetized political ads anyway. But like, I don't want to run ads. I don't take sponsors. I don't take affiliate links, like none of that shit. I want to function specifically just based on whether you guys support me or not. What did I do before this? A lot of shit. I've lived on like 4 continents. I'm not even 30 yet.
By presidents of the United States, but a president who writes it.
Oh, based. Real Talk channel.
The way they understand it to be. And in that regard, I want to mention to my colleagues what President Trump has done just in recent months. Mr. Trump has sued ABC.
Ooh, Sneeko.
And
Fucking
received
pedophile.
a $15 million settlement. He has sued Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, and received a $25 million settlement. He has sued CBS and its parent company Paramount and is right now in negotiations over a settlement. He has sued the Des Moines Register for a poll results that he didn't like, and his FCC is now threatening to investigate PBS and NPR, major news outlets in our
Remember, also, NPR
words-
has been blocked from the Pentagon. Pentagon had space for all of them, but instead, New York Times, NPR, Politico, and there's one more. God damn it. New York Times, Politico, NPR, and one other news agency have to cycle out one at a time of the Pentagon, whereas Breitbart, OAN, and what were they? Some other fucking fashion, right? The New York Post all get to be consistently in the Pentagon, getting direct access, getting direct information that they can then fuck around with and put out to the public. Camel, Visora, make a food garden if you can. I can't, I live in an apartment, but I would if I could.
We have a president of the United States who is using his incredible power and the power of his agencies to go after media in this country who are saying and doing things
Everything is a
he
farce.
does not like.
It's all a farce.
How are we going to have an independent media?
I do find that to be a problem, X.
Journalists are looking over their shoulders, fearful that their reporting will trigger a lawsuit from the most powerful executive in the world.
Also, just wait until Kash gets put in place, because Kash Patel is going to make those arrests and the going after journalists go on to like a high speed. We're gonna up the level.
Mr. President, in the midst of all of this,
We need to build community now.
I think
We don't worry about an election. Don't worry about who's going to be the next candidate. Right now, you need to go talk to your neighbors. You need to go build community. You need to go around and knock on people's doors with, I don't know, some fucking cookies and say, hey, maybe we should start like a community garden in that like empty lot over there so we can grow some food, because you know food prices are getting expensive. Maybe some of us in the community should grow some. Maybe you can go knock on some doors and say something like, hey, we should start a book club. Like, you need to make friends in your community. You need to make yourself especially if you are a minority who's at risk, you want to be able to be Anne Frank. You want your community to like you so that when the jackboots come, they'll hide you. We need to stop pretending that we live in a system where we're ever going to get a free and fair election again until we fight for it. I also do think that the right wing is going to rise up and they're going to start their own revolution because they're going to be pissed. And if the left, if the socialists, if our rhetoric is justifiable, if it's been on the airwaves enough, if it makes sense, if it's in your head, when the right wing starts its fascist uprising, then we are the ones that seem rational, and the people who don't vote, the vast majority of the country, are more likely to come to us.
now is the time to ask a very, very simple question.
Joey, how am I fear-mongering when I get messages every day telling me that I'm going to be put in the camps?
Something I think that is on the minds.
Holy shit, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate it.
What do Mr. Musk, Mr. Trump and their fellow billionaires really want. No, it's not really taking over Greenland.
Exactly, Real Talk
Panama
Channel.
Canal, all that
Exactly.
stuff. The real question is, what is their end game? What is their goal? What are they striving for? And in my view, the answer really is not complicated. It is.
It's too capitalist for my liking. The soul of Marx in my body wants to cringe at it. But like, understand here, right? Especially if you didn't watch my stream the other day, if you didn't learn about the business plot of 1933, I would very much look into that. Because in 1933, the business interests, the billionaire class, people like J.P. Morgan's workers, people who worked in, what were they? Remington Arms and DuPont were part of the entire system that were trying to get, like, FDR replaced with a guy named Smedley Butler. And thank God for Smedley Butler, because that man had his own ethics and he told Congress about it. There was a whole investigation. Carnegie and the railroads, yeah, this was the business plot. The idea was to install a fascist dictatorship in the United States. There's like committee hearings on it. I did a whole thing on it the last time, so you got to go have a look.
It's not novel.
And no, Democrats and liberals and leftists do not give death threats. Maybe some Democrats do, but not on my end of the left. So how am I fear-mongering, huh?
It is,
fuck out of here, class traitor.
Exactly what ruling classes throughout history have always wanted.
Smedley Darlington Butler, the most base name in U.S. history.
And
capitalism protects individual liberties? Are you insane? No, it does the opposite. Capitalism is the block on individual liberties. You can't have them together. Capitalism necessarily reduces individual liberties, whereas community-centric libertarian-style socialism enables individual liberty to the maximum amount.
Have always believed.
Then debate me on socialism.
Be their right. Their right. And that is more power for themselves, more control for themselves, and more wealth for themselves. And
if we didn't have private property as a thing, you still have personal property. For those who don't know, private property is something, it's a commodity. You can make money off of it. If you can make money, like a stock is private property, your house is private property, but this, not private property. Your phone, not private property. Your car, not private. Those are personal property. So there's differences, first of all. But if you removed private property as a whole, which means also getting rid of capital, there's no money. There's money, but it's different. It's not money that you can invest. It's capital. It's a different thing, right? And so I was in your waiting room for Discord like an hour. I'm streaming. I can't look at Discord right now and like do a bunch of stuff. Sorry. Like I'll chat with you at Discord afterward. But understand that like the existence of capital begs the existence of a capital class. That's the point. You like, if you have capital in your society, you will have a capital class, a billionaire class, who will then like oppress you. That's the whole, like that's 1 to 2. That is the direct line that you can draw there. Whereas in a system of no capital, but there is still money that is based on community cooperation, that is what incentivizes individual liberties. Like worker cooperatives, where the people who work at an industry own that industry and make decisions for that industry. They don't have a CEO that they're paying millions of dollars up to. That money gets equally spread among the working class. Capital is value that can be reinvested and returned more than the initial value. Exactly. I want to make that illegal. That's the thing that screws society. That's why the Soviet Union was bad. Lenin had some decent ideas before he took power. What did they do? They kept capital around and were corrupted by money. Well, and Trotsky, because Trotsky was also like a snake. But like capital is the poison. All right, well, good luck to you in dying to the fascists. Not even like remotely willing to engage in a way that is open to new ideas. You're just openly, everything that I say is wrong and everything that you say is right. You have nothing to like, you have no desire to cooperate here. Well, I don't know you. I'm telling you what I'm seeing. I have no idea what your beliefs are, but based on what you're saying in this chat right now is where I'm getting that description from. I'm not talking about you as a person. I'm not personally attacking you in any way. I'm telling you what I see. I see what I see and I say what I see. That's it. It's kind of what I do. So you say to speak up and explain what I mean, but then you put me in timeout. Pretty fascist of you? Yeah, it is pretty fascist of me. I like to be fascist to the fascists. It's not undemocratic to use fascist tactics against the fucking fascists. You all should be put in a hole.
In their pursuit of more power, more control, and more wealth, they are determined to not allow democracy and the rule of law to get in their way. For Mr. Musk and his fellow oligarchs, the needs, the concerns.
What do you think I have faith in, Glitterbell? Because I don't have faith in anything. My entire premise is we need to get people to work together. I'm not looking up for a savior. No one's coming to save us. Understand that. Nobody is coming to save us. It is up to us to do it ourselves. The leaders are like worthless. You need to do it. You need to become a leader. You need to enter politics. You need to protest. You need to be out there every single day. I don't believe that there is someone above us that's going to come and help. I just don't.
The pain, the ideas, the dreams of ordinary people are simply an impediment to what they, the oligarchs, are
I never said anyone should die.
entitled to.
Don't put words in my mouth.
And that
I
is
said you should get put in a hole, not die.
really what they believe. They are entitled.
She read capital is what she said. SN. This is volume 3, but capital. This like when people talk about Karl Marx and they talk about the Communist Manifesto, it makes me laugh really fucking hard because this is about the size of the Communist Manifesto. There's 3 of these for Marx, for capital. I said you should be put in a hole, not gaslighting you. You just like to argue with hallucinations in your head, Texas Burnt Toast. Sorry, but I don't control the voices in your head. What do you think of Proud Hun and Goldman? I don't.
To all of the wealth and the power they have, and they are determined to stop anyone.
I mean, like, I like the ideas of mixing socialism with anarchism. That's what libertarian socialism is. That's actually where the term libertarianism comes from. And, like, Proud Hun is a partial anarchist and a partial socialist. So, like, there you go.
In their way.
No, it's not. I have an emote for that. The hole.
This phenomenon.
You guys, so you guys are new, so you don't know what the hole is. Hold on. Let me show you what the hole is. This is the hole. Come on. Wait, was it Venezuela? Ah, yes, it was. It was. Here we go. Oh, thank you for the follow as well. That's the hole. That is a 66 meter wide, 300 meter deep hole that swallowed a factory in Venezuela. And when I say the hole, I mean the bottom of that hole has some nice beds in it, has a TV there. They can't leave, but like, there you go. That's the hole. I mean, to be fair, Marx also was an anti-Semite and stinky and didn't like women. So, like, it's okay. The people who write the theory don't need to be perfect. They're, like, I don't really care whether or not he was a bad guy personally. He was a smart guy and he wrote some smart shit down. That's really as far as I go with it. Like, I don't think that you should idolize people like Marx. Like, I don't like the idea of calling my ideology Marxism because that's naming my ideology after a person, and I think that that's silly.
That is going on right now is not the first time that we have seen this in our country's history. As I think many Americans understand, in pre-revolutionary America, before the 1770s, before the creation of the United States and the writing of our Constitution, the ruling class of that time
absolutely drunken Slav
governed through a doctrine called the divine right of kings. The belief that the King of England was an agent of God, that God appointed
I don't know what that is, but as long as you're not a Nazi, Pina Colada.
him, and that he was not to be questioned by mere mortal human beings. He was appointed by God. In modern times, we no longer have the divine right of kings. What we now have is an ideology being pushed by the oligarchs.
This is my belief. What I just linked, that's my ideology in a short form.
A very, very wealthy group of people, often self-made.
No, Glitterbell is absolutely good faith. I was very much enjoying that. I just think that she's wrong.
The masters of revolutionary new technology, and as high IQ individuals, it is their absolute right to rule. In other words, the oligarchs of today.
I love how fascists always call their opposition fascist. It's actually in the textbook. Like if you go look at KGB, CIA training manuals, that's in there, is to confuse the argument. By calling the person against fascism fascist, you are creating a system in which people doubt their own beliefs and their morals. And the reason this works is because the left actually has morals and ethics. We have a soul. We're we're people, you know? Like the right, the fascist, like Texas Burnt Toast, he's a human being, but he's not a person. Because what makes a person different from a regular human being is the ability to feel empathy, a soul. And when you lack that, you're very capable of throwing your own, like it's confessions through accusation. Yeah, I'm okay with using fascist actions against fascism. That's not being a fascist. That's the point. You think that using fascist tactics to stop the fascists from taking over the country is fascism. I say that's democratic. I am proud of it. You're a fucking Nazi, and you're a piece of shit. You are literally the subhuman, disgusting blight on human society. That's what you are as a Nazi.
Are our modern day kings.
In Chase, you're an idiot if you can't take the difference in what I said between acting in the way that a fascist would to stop fascism and from being a fascist. Because my way only applies to fascists. I know that you're a Nazi.
Mr. President, it is not just
Goodbye.
power that they want. Despite the incredible wealth that they currently have, they want more and more and more. Their greed.
No, I know. Authoritarianism is different from fascism, but these people are fascists.
Has no.
The government is authoritarian.
Today,
they are
Mr.
fascists.
Musk is worth $402.
And you're right, Crazy Cool Gamer. They only argue with their feelings. They never come in here with any kind of legitimate argument. They never have any actual point to make. It's just, oh, well, like, you're a hypocrite and you're wrong, with nothing added in, with literally no actual ideology, no interpretation, no ideas of their own. It says the main component is critical thought, but thoughts in general are subjective. How do you base your reality on subjective thought? Critical thinking. That's how. Your thought, reality is based on subjective thought, but other people also have subjective thought. So you have to engage cooperatively with other people, and your view of what reality is based on your perception. Your reality right now, even not even under libertarian socialism, your reality is changed by your perception. If you start talking shit about yourself every day and putting yourself down every time you do something wrong, like, oh, I suck, oh, I hate this, oh, I'm terrible, then you will start to feel that way. Whereas if you start to hype yourself up every day, then you will start to feel that way. Your perception shapes your reality. And so using that a subjective perception of reality in conversation, in cooperative engagement with your community, you build a broader understanding, a broader perception.
Mr. Zuckerberg is worth $252 billion, and Mr. Bezos is worth $249 billion. With combined wealth of $903 billion, These three people own more wealth than the bottom half of American
I banned them,
society,
pig or homo.
170 million Americans. And not surprisingly, since
Everything functions through subjective thought. You need to think about this from a psychological perspective and apply that to sociology. People behave in social groups, right? And if we take away, let's say, capital, money's gone, but we still have exchange money. And on top of this, you have an idea of your perception is basing your reality. When you cooperate with your community, you exchange your beliefs and you share them, you change them. It's actually what we already do. We already do this. We just do it to a different tune. We do it in a different method. It's what you do. It's what you're doing right now, actually. It's what you're literally doing right now, because even what I say, I'm right most of the time, but I can be wrong. And so you shouldn't take what I say at face value. You should do some critical thinking. You should do some introspection, and you should look into whatever it is that I'm saying, whatever it is you believe, and see if these things match. Compare it with other people around you. This is how you form a perception that is based on not just your own subjective beliefs and views and perspective, but of the entire community. Your feelings are a sub-community only right in your own mind with your own values, but how you engage with others using those builds a broader understanding that not only will apply to you, but to the rest of your community. You're welcome, Joy. Have a lovely night.
Trump was elected, their wealth has soared. Musk has become $138 billion richer. Zuckerberg has become $49 billion richer. And Bezos...
Donald Trump got like $50 billion.
...has become...
I call them Nazis when they say Nazi shit, pig or homo. There's a difference, right? Hold on. Do I have to play the Nazi card? Here.
Nazi.
Wie bitte? This is all of you complaining about Nazis.
Haben Sie mich gerade als Nazi beschimpft?
Or being called them.
Na, Sie sind doch einer. Das ist ja eine Unverschämtheit. Nur weil ich in der NSDAP und in der SS bin, bin ich noch lange kein Nazi. Wahrscheinlich bin ich auch noch rechtsextrem, oder was? Ja, aber was sollen Sie denn sonst sein? Ich bin vielleicht ein besorgter Bürger, der Angst vor Überfremdung hat. Aber ich bin nicht rechts. Und ich bin erst recht kein Nazi. Hey, Sie da? Sehe ich etwa wie ein Nazi aus?
Nö, würde ich jetzt nicht sagen.
Na, sehen Sie? Aber der ist wahrscheinlich...
JP, they're literally stealing billions of dollars from you right now.
Sie auch ein Nazi, hm? Nazis, 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 lauter Nazis. Wenn einem die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß.
The quickest way a Nazi hide in plain sight is to point others as being a Nazi and scapegoats in order to avoid further scrutiny. Literally, yes. No, Nazi has not lost its meaning. Nazi means Nazi. I don't say Nazi to people who aren't Nazis. I call them fascists.
In ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis.
No, they're not, JP. You think that they are, but they're not. They're not. They're stealing that money from you. It's not coming back to you. Pretending, yes, of course, the Sieg Heil. Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. Everyone's a Nazi.
Wenn die Argumente ausgehen, dann holt man schnell mal die gute alte Nazikeule raus.
Es hat doch nichts mit Nazikeule zu tun.
Sie machen sich das Leben sehr einfach. Nur weil jemand die Mainstream-Meinung nicht teilt, ist er gleich ein Nazi.
Aber Nazi sein ist doch längst Mainstream. Ihr Nationalsozialisten seid an der Macht.
Ach ja, ich vergaß. In ihrer Welt sind ja alle Nazis. Der Führer ist wahrscheinlich für Sie auch ein Nazi, was?
Ja?
Jetzt reicht's aber. Führerbeleidigung. Mitkommen.
Das sind jetzt über...
I'm banning them because they're trolls.
Ich weiß. Nazi-Methoden.
Thank you, Zaz. I appreciate that. Look, your question, Chase, the difference between a fascist and a Nazi is the Nazis' beliefs specifically go into a full, entire, submission to the state from everything. Your life, your birthing, your reproduction, your work, your home time, your thoughts, everything belongs to the state. You exist for the state, not the state existing for you. It has eugenics policy tied into it. Like that, Nazism is different than fascism. Fascism is just control over the public. This is control over the public to the maximum possible degree. Funny, by the way, how none of them engage with other chatters. I'm trying to get at least... Well, that's why I know that they're trolls. If they don't engage with other chatters, then they're just here to argue with me.
28 billion richer since...
You do realize that Elon Musk is an illegal immigrant, pig or homo, and he has your social security information.
Election day in November. Meanwhile, Mr. President, while the very rich become much richer, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 85.
He came into the country illegally. Like, how do you not know this? He literally illegally came into the country. Hold on. His brother said it, like literally. And it's been proven after that. Give me the actual clip, please. It's always so annoying to find a clip. There we go.
When did it occur to you that Zip2
And yeah, he did several AFD rallies, and he might have actually tanked the AFD's chances of winning. He's a citizen now, but he came into the country illegally.
A success? Well, I mean, when we first started out, I think our ambitions were really quite low. It was really to make enough money to pay the rent.
Ew.
Yeah, we got a VC to give us money. That was... Yay!
Yeah.
We thought it was all over then.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I mean, when we started out in '95, we literally, at the beginning...
You can be both, Patter. You can be an illegal immigrant, then get citizenship later in your life. It's called naturalization.
We had one computer, which would be the
Plenty
web
of people
server
do
during the
it.
day, and then at night...
No, I'm fully in favor of it. Someone was just talking about how illegals and shit, and I'm showing them that, like, Elon Musk falls into the category.
On it.
I have no issue with immigrants at all.
Yeah,
we couldn't afford to...
No, but he was. He was. And, like, you guys are in support of taking away naturalized citizenship, denaturalization.
It was cheaper to rent the office than to rent an apartment. So
oh, sorry, patter of heads. If we were talking about literally anybody else, would you ever make that distinction? Shut the fuck up with your defense of Lord Nazi overlord of the country. Like, he is the only immigrant we should deport.
We just rented the office.
The trolls in my chat.
And showered at the YMCA.
And for me, the worst part was eating a Jack in the Box 3 times a day.
Yeah, through the end of 95.
I don't want to deport anybody except him.
Essentially, we're just sleeping in the
And
office.
Peter Thiel.
And showering at the YMCA. Yeah.
Sorry, didn't realize I have the video on.
Rented the office and stepped in the office and showered at the YMCA.
And for me, the worst part was eating a Jack in the Box.
It's literally not.
And then, whether or not somebody knew what the internet was, they knew that you could make money on the internet somehow. When we went and talked to venture capitalists in early '96, there was a much
fucking
greater,
stupid music.
We office to these numbers every day, but
they were crazy. Realized we're sleeping.
We had one car.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ, I hate these things. Just want the actual video. Here, finally.
Here, we'll give you $3 million.
Yeah, that sounded extremely... We thought they were crazy. Like, why would they do that?
It was literally like, these people are insane.
They obviously do not realize we're sleeping in the office.
In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it was a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were. We were illegal immigrants.
There you go, straight out of his brother's mouth. Am I supposed to believe he's the hardest working person? He's literally the most jobless person in the world. He posts on Twitter constantly. He never stops.
Million Americans are...
If it looks like a Nazi, it sounds like a Nazi, it acts like a Nazi, you better believe it's a Nazi. Yes, you know what? Sorry, Bernie, I can't do this right now. Bernie's just too slow for me. Let's talk about how all of you are going to have more expensive shit in a second.
I certainly get the steel issue for Trump
for Biden as well. But on prices, people are wondering, when are the groceries going to go down? When are the housing costs going to go down? When are the inputs into their lives going to go down?
Effectively, they're not, though, right? That would be deflation. When we say price is gonna, it means they finally stabilize at about a 1% inflation.
None of you know about immigration. Like, literally, almost none of you probably know how the U.S. immigration system actually works. Me, as a person who actually immigrated to the U.S. and then immigrated to Australia afterward, I know how immigration works.
Had to everything go down 10%. That might sound great, but that means we have a massive...
Right wing Adolf, you need to change your name because I'm about to ban you because they keep thinking you're a Nazi, but you keep agreeing with the left. So, like, please change your name.
A crisis in the country, right?
Exactly.
So
and it doesn't matter because you people are still in support of ICE picking up non-illegal immigrants who were at one point illegal. Shut the fuck up.
We talk about price stabilization. We want it to get back to about 1%, which is kind of where you want things to be.
I certainly get the steel issue.
Literally, every single one of you is so whingy.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. In just the past few hours, we've gotten a fuller look at Donald Trump's foreign policy vision. And I have to say, it is worse and more dangerous than I think I even expected.
Chaotic at those
MAGA poised to rapidly undo the American-led global democratic order. In fact, taking concrete steps today to do so, and unraveling that began this morning with an announcement from Trump's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, saying that America was pulling back from defending its allies.
We must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic
Again, this is objectively treason.
Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering. The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. We're also here today to directly and
Pete is a traitor, and this is treason.
Ambiguously express that stark strategic realities prevent the United States of America from being primarily focused on the security
What reaction, leftist Leo?
of Europe.
So we want the Ukraine...
No, see, yeah, Pete Hegseth is a full-blown Nazi and like a Christian type. He's the Christian nationalist type of Nazi, where he leans more towards Christian nationalist crusader type beliefs, but he's perfectly okay with the Nazi stuff around him. Deus Vult, all that, yep. I'm still not sure what you mean, leftist Leo.
And Ukraine will have to hand over territory that Russia took through military force. Ukraine won't be in NATO. I mean, again, these are all the things that were going to be negotiated, right?
Thanks, Dylan. I don't care.
Right? And crucially, and that was really the key line there, we're pulling back from NATO. You're kind of on your own. You're a sort of side concern. Now, part of the reason this type of rhetoric is so seismic, the reason it had such explosive landing on the continent and around the world, has to do with what NATO stands for when it was created. I mean, the reason that we have this set of interlocking international institutions, from the World Bank to the IMF to the UN to NATO, they were established after World War II precisely because of the tens of millions of people who died in the bloodshed as a result of the competitive conquering aspirations of rising empires and fascist regimes throughout the world. NATO was formed by the United States 76 years ago to pledge that an attack on one member was an attack on all, what is known as Article 5. It started with 12 countries. It now has 32 members. The only time, we should note, that Article 5 was actually invoked, the one time, was when all the allies joined together in one fight. When they all came to America's aid after September 11th. Pledging their troops and materiel to our war in Afghanistan.
This is glorifying the Nazis. We have, like, the Nazis come from these people. They're the same people. They support the same people.
Canadians, Italians.
Yeah, you think you can convert me to the right wing? Good fucking luck.
Danes, Spaniards, Norwegians, Estonians, Latvians, and more gave their lives for our war on terror. That's how alliances work. Allies are supposed to have each other's back.
The right wing is literally built on insecurity and stupidity.
At least they were before this morning. Not long after Hegseth spoke, Senate Republicans voted to confirm Tulsi Gabbard as the next director of national intelligence.
Putin's girlfriend, another Russian asset. Now we have Ratcliffe, Tulsi, and Cash, all Russian assets.
Lightweight, whose greatest foreign policy achievement was visiting Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, along with his top cleric, who threatened suicide bombings in the United States. Gabbard also has a lengthy track record of siding with Russia and Putin over U.S. intelligence consensus. And that just sat fine with all the Senate Republicans except for Mitch McConnell, who joined all 47 Democrats and independents in voting against Gabbard.
Yeah, like you're exactly right, Real Talk Channel. The average voter for the Republican Party is not a Nazi. The average elected official, 100% a Nazi, 75% a pedophile.
Here is Gabbard being sworn in just hours after that confirmation vote. At almost the same time, Gabbard was being confirmed. Donald Trump.
I wonder why I don't care, Hot Box
with
Cigar.
another international leader.
Breaking news from the White House. President Trump saying he's spoken with Russian President Vladimir Putin this morning. Trump says he agreed to visit Russia, and Putin is coming here to the U.S.
Trump breaking the news of his, quote, highly productive call with Putin on social media this morning.
By the end of this, that's Russia's economy, while ours is not looking great. That was Russia's economy because of our choices today. Suck it up, Buttercup. Exactly.
Saying we both agreed we want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia, Ukraine. President Putin even used my very strong campaign motto of common sense. Wow. We both believe very strongly in it. Well, that's nice. We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's capital N nations. Now, I think the idea of bringing the war to some conclusion.
Sorry, this is very funny. Venture capitalists when their bank is insolvent. Bail me out 100 cents in the dollar, daddy, or I'll scream even louder. Venture capitalists when they think their government is insolvent. Let's cut everything by 10 to 35%. See what happens to the poor people.
And peace is obviously something that basically everyone wants at this point. But the glaring thing here is that the other country on the receiving end of Russia's aggression, the one that got invaded, that's had thousands of people killed by Russian troops who invaded Ukraine, didn't seem to be looped in on the developments relating to their future.
Are you freezing out President Zelensky of this process a bit? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so, as long as he's there. But, at some point you're going to have elections, too. You're going to have an election.
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace?
X, be careful with that, because if I hear you talking about, eugenic shit again, I will ban you. I don't have Nazis in my chat. You can be, Republican, you can be a right-winger. I'll try and convert you, but Nazism gets you straight out the door.
Process.
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. President Putin wants to have peace now, and that's good. And he didn't want to have peace with Biden.
I want to be clear about what we're watching. Just today, you are watching Donald Trump.
Oh, just again, I wish Glitterbell was still here, because closed door meeting for House Democrats this week included Gripe Fest directed at liberal grassroots organizations, sources tell Axios. Members of the Steering and Policy Committee with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries in the room on Monday complained activist groups like Move On and Indivisible have facilitated thousands of phone calls to members' offices. People are pissed, a senior House Democrat who was at the meeting said of the lawmakers reacting to the calls. The Democrats said Jeffries himself is very frustrated at the groups who are trying to stir up more confrontational opposition to Trump. They're literally against any confrontational opposition. So the fact that the Democrats will do fucking anything is ridiculous.
Disassembling the U.S.-led international order. I mean, it started with the USAID stuff, but today was the first big step.
Hey, look, no one, I don't have a degree. I got a GED when I was 17, went to college for a couple years, and then dropped out before I finished and went and traveled the world, so...
in order to benefit global authoritarians that he envies and openly admires. Politically, Trump has succeeded in selling this kind of foreign policy posture, a sort of America First isolationism, to a lot of Americans. And it's really true that our leading role in the world has been largely a product of a kind of bipartisan elite consensus, and sometimes pretty removed from democratic majorities who tend to believe Americans give out too much foreign aid and, quote, police the world.
Real talk, I'm sorry I'm not overusing it when I call people what they are. I call it like I see it.
And believe me, I gotta say, personally, I've spent 2 decades critiquing the many, many shortcomings and downright cruelties and absurdities of that same American-led international order. But however imperfect it is, and God is it, what Trump wants to replace it.
Yeah, it's real talk politics. I'm not sure if you've seen what they're doing right now. You know what? This might actually interest some of you all. Give me a second. Pull it up from my source document. because they are trying to build a nationalist party. Here we go. So first of all, let's listen to what Steve Bannon has to say. I know some of you have already seen this before, but
working on populist nationalism for, 20 years. And I'm a hardcore populist. I'm a hardcore nationalist. I'm not a conservative. I think conservatives are pussies. The Republican Party's a bunch of pussies.
I know you can be an extremist fascist without being a Nazi. They're trying to funnel people into Nazism.
They're controlled opposition. Working on populist.
Now that was him. Then we get Jesse Waters, straight up eugenics points.
I have no idea. And this DEI thing isn't just a race thing. Biden instituted
Anarcho-libertarianism is not a real thing.
At the FAA, in order to recruit workers who were deaf, vision impaired, missing limbs, completely paralyzed.
No, the AFD is the Nazi Party, Real Talk channel.
Epileptic, people who were severely intellectually disabled, psychiatrically disabled, and dwarfs.
This is straight up eugenics shit. This is Hitlerite out of its ass. Here's Nick Fuentes sounding like a fucking leftist. I wonder why. I wonder if they're trying to funnel leftists to the right.
All of the culture war propaganda.
This is a Nazi.
It's bait. It's all fake. I'm watching videos by Daniel Schmidt and John Doyle. I'm watching videos by young white guys who think that our country is being run by black bureaucrats.
Yeah, I know. This is Nazis trying to convince leftists to come over to the right.
Young white radicals who have been screwed out of a future. Their future has been mortgaged. They have been sold into debt slavery. There is no hope. You are my...
Pushing them further to the left is not pushing them to the right. You just think that.
Minority in your country. This is a country financed.
You've watched one stream of mine. You have no idea what I tell my chat. I tell my chat to cooperate, engage with their community, and talk to people they don't like.
Debt. No one is deflating this global debt bubble. We are all going to pay the cost. And they have been tricked by billionaires into taking out their anger at black people.
This is literally what that is. They are trying to form a nationalist party.
I agree with that. This thing in Greenland should be a signal that President Trump is looking at what I call a Mahanian strategy off of Alfred Lord Mahan, the same strategy the Royal Navy had for years. We're looking to get choke points in Greenland all the way down to Panama. And this weekend,
see, the free market is the part where I disagree with JT Gaming. That's anti-leftist. The market should not exist under a leftist system. I am anti-private property.
the Panamanians threw the Chinese out. No one belt, one road. They're going to essentially turn the Panama
It's my
Canal
fucking
over to
stream,
us.
Hotbox Cigar. You can whinge all you like.
Plan geostrategically, you see, is pretty clear.
It's my stream, and if I don't want you here, I don't have to keep you here. You can either whinge or shut the fuck up. If you whinge too much, I might kick you out.
It's hemispheric defense, all the way from the Arctic Circle, which is the new great game of the 21st century, the Arctic Circle, all the way down to Latin America, with Bolsonaro eventually and Milei taking care of Latin America, throw the Chinese out. We have hemispheric defense, and tomorrow's going to meet with Bibi, and I think they're going to talk
They're
about...
all on YouTube chat, Sauce. They're all on YouTube chat.
Dome, and President Trump said Iron Dome, so when he leaves office, he's totally secured the homeland. From the Arctic...
It's not hypocritical in any way, shape, or form for me to ban you for being a retard on my stream and annoying me. You're literally annoying me while I'm at work, so fuck off.
With is just far, far worse.
They probably are the same person.
The current international order was created by the U.S. and its allies to prevent the world from the unthinkable.
Now, of course, the current international order is not good in any sense of like the word. It's just the way that this has been undone is bad for us while very much good for the people that are our enemies. The countries that we have been against. Countries like Russia, countries like China. They are going to take in that gap that we left. Their hegemony will grow while American hegemony will decrease.
Rising tensions between the victorious nuclear superpowers and institutions like NATO and the United Nations were...
I literally talk to my neighbors all the fucking time, and I talk to people in my community all the time. You just, are arguing with a shadow version of me in your head again. You're genuinely just hallucinating and arguing with it. cooperatives competing and selling what they build while profits are shared among the workers. This leads to people having interest. Okay, yeah, but that's fine. That's just exchange. That's not capital. You can have that without capital. Are you against China? Well, right now, I think China's better than the United States. I think that they are just marginally, but they're better. But no, I don't like China either. They're fascists. No, they're not fascists. They're authoritarians. My bad. They're authoritarians, but they're not as bad as us right now. We're the Hitler country. They're just not great. So I misspoke. They are an authoritarian country that has authoritarian controls over them. China is... Okay, fine. You know what? You can argue that it's fascist. I just didn't really want to get into it. There's not too much of a distinction between their authoritarianism and their fascism. Might as well call them a fascist, yeah. I mean, they're doing a genocide anyway, so yes. They're doing a genocide. I don't like them, but I think that they're better than the United States right now. Now, I don't actually want them to be the global hegemon, but I do think that they're better than America.
Formed in large part to prevent the Cold War from becoming World War III and a global nuclear holocaust. And by the way, the threat of nuclear war is not exactly gone.
Yeah, how does it feel that Elon Musk, the biggest idiot on the planet, has access to the nuclear codes?
Another reason Trump is eager to jettison the old.
Nope, they don't do the eugenics shit. They're doing a genocide for another reason. They're doing a genocide because they're afraid of the Uyghur Muslims having a revolution. It's not because they think that their genetics are impure. And the Chinese government does not require the Chinese citizen to dedicate every single part of their life being in soul to the state. Now, a lot of it, yes, but not all of it. Nazism is everything. What's up, Frog?
Order in favor of an anarchic world in which strong countries just do what they want. Back in the day when you would hear Nazis claim that Austrians and Czechs really are German anyway, you can hear echoes of Putin's claim that Ukrainians are really just misguided Russians. There's no such thing as Ukraine. And so right now...
I just gave you mod on YouTube, Leftist Leo.
What Trump is doing is sending the message to everyone around the world that not only is territorial acquisition by force okay, but, and this is really crucial, the U.S. is interested...
I know. China is a horrible, oppressive state that's genociding minorities, Real Talk channel, but we are also that. We are a horrible, oppressive state also genociding minorities. We're literally Donald Trump said today, or rather yesterday, that he would own Gaza. He would, not America, he would own Gaza. We covered it at the beginning of stream.
In pursuing it. Repeatedly, constantly, over the last few weeks, from Greenland to Panama Canal to Canada as a 51st state to now envisioning the Gaza Strip as an American-occupied development project. The emerging Trump doctrine is that democracies are weak and soft. We will side with autocracy over them. And it's disastrous, not just for America's place in the world.
Okay, fine. You got one group, but that's a straw man argument. Because look at Gaza. Look at the fact that we're about to go to war with Canada. We have 15,000 troops at the border of Mexico. We're going to take Greenland and make it the red, white, and blue land. Understand that we are just as bad, and we are worse because our intentions are worse.
But also for the cause of
Yet more than half the country didn't vote, Chase. You got 1/3 of the country on your side. Have fun.
The idea that the path to peace is to throw overboard democracies in favor of authoritarian regimes is wild.
You'll call it fear-mongering, but you'll never explain how. You'll never have an actual point to make.
Wildly dangerous. It's the fundamental through line of Trump's worldview. He hates
I agree
our
with you,
allies.
Drunken Slav.
He's trying to pick a fight with Canada and seems to love our enemies because our enemies see the world as he does. Transactional.
Fascists never have any creativity. You're right, Leftist Leo, because they can't. They don't have a soul. You need empathy to have creativity.
For the picking. And with loyal, morally flexible subordinates like Hegseth and Gabbard, he is essentially reorienting American politics as friendly to dictators and authoritarian regimes.
Well, we are genociding minorities, but for some reason minorities agreed with him. Yes, because they're stupid and brainwashed, and the media lies to you and you believe it. But only 1/3 of the country voted for him. The rest didn't. And yes, some of the minorities voted slightly more, but it was a 3% margin of change. And also, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're all lied to. You don't believe in reality anyway.
Primarily and hostile fundamentally to democracies. It's shaping up to be the most radical transformation of America's role in the world since Roosevelt.
That's fucking funny. Chase, 90% of the media is left-leaning? Are you insane? There is no left-leaning media. Even MSNBC isn't left-leaning media. This is not left-wing media. I am left-wing media. There's like 6 streamers that are left-wing media, and that's it. That's all that exists. Everything is owned by the right. This is what I mean by you people don't believe in reality.
I don't think it's going to end very well.
Genuinely, like, the idea of the 90% of the media is left-leaning is insane. No, not even left-leaning. It's all right-leaning. All of it is right-leaning. Look, genocide is a word that you can define very specifically, and I am defining it as the expulsion, the death, or the removal of a specific ethnic or cultural group from a region based on the reasons of their ethnicity, religion, social groups, whatever the fuck it is. It's ethnic cleansing in a large, like, in a larger fashion. Her heroes are Hassan and Destiny. First of all, fuck Destiny. Hassan is base, but like he's not my hero. Definitely not. First of all, I'm Turkish and lived in New Jersey, so I am actually the hotter Turkish streamer on Twitch. I am hotter than Hassan. But secondly, like, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And those two aren't even remotely the same. Hassan hates Destiny. For good reason, might I add. And by the way, all these Nazis in America build this shit up like in places like Australia, like here. I have to fucking deal with this. We had 14 Nazis getting chased by the police on horses and arrested last week, which was amazing, by the way. Seeing the cops actually beat up the Nazis and arrest them was amazing. Hotbox Cigar, you are right about that, and I don't like it. The left does hate most of itself. We get this shit here because of you people in America. You are exporting it here. Ay, ay, ay. I'll finish on a good note. Real quick, give me a chance. So, this made me laugh very hard all day. My glutes and hamstrings are sore as hell. First glance, I thought it was a character from SpongeBob. Ass so unreal, my brain thinks it's a cartoon first. You thought my ass was Squidward? Mwah. Chef's kiss. Amazing post. Love it. 10 out of 10. You thought my ass was Squidward? Make your counter argument, X. Make it. Don't be a pussy. Well, I've been reading some, like, I did some marks on stream, but you guys got bored of it, so we stopped reading any theory. And I don't really, like, I don't have time to read. I don't have, like, the brain energy to read unless I'm reading on stream. We were reading Capital. We got through, like, 3 or 4 streams of it. Technically, I should just keep doing it, because the whole point of this was most people don't know what words mean, so let's learn theory and learn what words mean. But, like, you know. Alright, we're going to raid Riverboat Jack. You were wrong about critical thought, and rational fascism. Tell me what I was wrong about in my Discord. And, we're gonna raid. And then I will see you guys tomorrow. I think we should bring back, reading Mondays. Me too. I think that's not a bad idea. I think we could do, reading Mondays. Seriously though, join the Discord. We can talk about it, and we'll go from there. See y'all next time.